Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this House, here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us for all generations.
Oath or affirmation, announcements by the Speaker.
Honorable members, I have received communication from Mrs. Camille Robinson-Regis, member for Trin City Maloney, and Mr. Colm Imbert, member for Diego Martin North East, who have both requested leave of absence from today's sitting of the House. The leave which the members seek is granted.
Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers.
Honorable members, can I crave your indulgence? I think we might have neglected what I think to be an important part of today's proceedings, albeit short. I think it would be remiss of the House if I don't invite both sides to give condolences on the passing of former Member of Parliament for Caroni East, Dr. Hanuman Singh. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you most kindly, Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Hanuman Singh, the man with the golden voice, who had a heart of gold. Dr. Hanuman Singh created history in 1966, serving as the youngest ever elected parliamentarian in the history of Trinidad and Tobago at age 24 for the constituency of Caroni East. Dr. Hanuman Singh paved the way for many other young persons to serve in this esteemed chamber. Mr. Speaker, as the youngest member to have served in the 11th Republican Parliament, I stand to pay tribute to his legacy and his work as a parliamentarian, a national icon, media personality, and a pioneer for culture and multiculturalism in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, affectionately known to many Trinbagonians as Hans, he became a fixture in our homes across the country as he read the news at 7 p.m. His grasp for world affairs, politics, social issues, and culture saw him move from Member of Parliament to cultural advocate and champion for inclusivity and equality in the cultural spheres. Mr. Speaker, it was at his funeral that Reverend Adrian Signorine summed up Hans' life and legacy utilizing the letters of his sobriquet. H, he said, stood for heart of wisdom, a quality that defined his approach to journalism, politics, and family life. A represented the ancient ways, a tribute to his deep respect for tradition, culture, and values, and may I add, still remaining connected and relevant. N, symbolizing new opportunities, a nod to his forward-thinking vision. And S, stood for spirituality that guided his life. Mr. Speaker, in 1970, Hans was elected President of the National Council for Indian Culture that revolutionized and shaped East Indian culture that today our nation is richer for his leadership, vision, and pioneering efforts that has also taken the most popular Diwali Nagar from strength to strength. As a man who subscribed to the Presbyterian faith, Mr. Speaker, Hans was one of the main architects of bringing an authentic national approach to the celebration of Diwali. It is a testimony of the values of humanity, tolerance, respect, and an all-embracing approach that he took towards life. Mr. Speaker, our Presbyterian brothers and sisters sing, "Because he lives, I can face tomorrow. Because he lives, all fear is gone. Because I know he holds the future, life is worth the living because he lives." Mr. Speaker, I assure you, the work of Dr. Hanuman Singh lives in the multicultural tapestry of Trinidad and Tobago through his significant contribution towards national development. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Honourable Prime Minister, the member for Siparia, my colleagues on the government bench, and the Government and Republic of the People of Trinidad and Tobago, I express condolences for Mr. Hanuman Singh's passing, but also to indicate to his family, his friends, and his loved ones how grateful we are as a nation for having you share him with us during the time he spent on this earth. Mr. Speaker, once more, on behalf of the government and people of Trinidad and Tobago, we extend our heartfelt condolences and say that our nation is much poorer on the passing of this great son of our soil.
Member for Diego Martin Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the opposition to express our deep sorrow and the highest respect that as we extend condolences on the passing of Mr. Hans Hanuman Singh, a former member of Parliament, a cultural pioneer and a media icon whose influence transcended politics and many will say touched the very soul of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Hanuman Singh was more than a public figure. He could be considered a bridge between cultures, between eras, and between the people and the institutions meant to serve them. Raised in modest circumstances in central Trinidad, he rose through discipline and purpose to national prominence, not by chasing titles, but by giving voice, that iconic voice, to those who often, and too often, went unheard. Mr. Speaker, his political career, which began at the remarkable age of 24, saw him elected to serve the people of Caroni East in an era of social and institutional change. He did not simply sit in Parliament. He engaged with conviction, advocating for practical policies on agriculture, youth, and access to government. He called for greater transparency and institutional fairness at a time when those values were still in their infancy in our young democracy. But Mr. Hanuman Singh's true legacy lies in his mastery of communication. Through the airwaves, he made culture personal. Through journalism, he made information accessible. And through institutions like the NCIC and the Wali Nagar, he made identity something to be celebrated and not hidden. His work wasn't about ethnic elevation. It was about national integration. He believed that to understand each other's stories was to strengthen the fabric of the nation. His radio programs, documentaries, and interviews gave everyday citizens a sense of place and pride. Mr. Speaker, he championed the arts when others dismissed them. He made room for heritage when others prioritized headlines. And he offered us a template for unity that did not erase difference, but honored it. So as we honor his life, we acknowledge the vacuum his passing creates, not just in the cultural space, Mr. Speaker, but in the national conscience. In an age when noise often drowns out nuance, we will miss Hans Hanuman Singh. We will miss his thoughtful voice, his measured tone, and his deep respect for people and principles. So, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the opposition, I offer condolences to his wife, his sons, to his loved ones, and to all who mourn this national icon. We thank you for sharing him with us, and we commit to remembering him, not with empty words, but with a renewed focus on cultural equity, democratic service, and honest storytelling. May his soul rest in eternal peace, and may his legacy continue to inspire a more united Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I too should like to offer a small tribute to the life and service of the late Hanuman Singh, who departed this life at the age of 83 and whom I had the distinct pleasure of knowing very well. The passing of Hanuman Singh to some of us marks the end of an era, a loss that echoes through the chambers of Parliament, the corridors of media houses, the hearts of citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, and perhaps most importantly, the very social fabric and tapestry that holds this nation together. His was a life defined by unwavering service, a distinctive voice that narrated our national journey across generations of audiences. This unique voice was a part of a legacy etched in the cultural, political, and intellectual fabric of this nation. A cursory glance across the headlines of our national newspapers tells part of the story of the impact that Mr. Hanuman Singh held. His remembrance bears a testament to his towering presence, as these headlines in part read, "A patriot and nation builder, media veteran, immeasurable contributor to culture, a golden voice." Indeed, he was all of these and more. Mr. Hanuman Singh first stepped onto the national stage as a young, impassioned leader. At the age of just 24, he became the youngest parliamentarian in the Commonwealth, representing the Democratic Labour Party in Trinidad and Tobago's second independent parliament. His voice rang out in service of the people, advocating for effective land utilization to strengthen our agricultural independence, and championed transparency through the broadcast of parliamentary debates. This was both a clarion call for greater public accountability and also bringing Parliament closer to the people. He understood the power of communication, not simply as a tool, but as a duty in service of our fellow men. In his words, Parliament is supreme, and we have got a responsibility as the representatives of the people to have them informed. His advocacy for the creation of the Office of the Ombudsman was underscored by his belief in justice, accessibility, and democratic balance. Indeed, Mr. Hanuman Singh, in his own words, said, "The Ombudsman must have the confidence of both houses, and with this confidence, the conviction to do what is right." Beyond Parliament, Mr. Hanuman Singh's influence reached deep into the soul of the nation through the arts, culture, and the media. As founder of Heritage Radio 101.7, in 2010, the University of the West Indies conferred upon him the Honorary Doctor of Laws degree in praise of his lifelong pursuit of knowledge, dialogue, and national upliftment and improvement. Today, this nation can even boast of the Diwali Nagar celebrations and its increasing footprint due in part to his founding efforts. Dr. Hanuman Singh was not merely a broadcaster, a politician, or a businessman. He was, at his core, a nation builder, one who understood the measure of patriotism lies not in words alone, but in the quiet, tireless work of shaping institutions, elevating culture, and empowering people. His golden voice may now be silent, but his message, his principles, and his love for Trinidad and Tobago will forever endure. May his legacy continue to inspire future generations to serve with dignity, speak with courage, and live with purpose. I knew the Hanuman Singh family personally, and this is indeed somewhat of a painful loss. His stewardship and advice was only a phone call away. I can only pray for their hearts to be at ease, their strength to be renewed, and their faith to never wane. May we all stand to observe a minute of silence. I invite members to have your seats. Honorable members, I have directed the Clerk of the House to convey our condolences in writing to the family of the late Dr. Hans Hanuman Singh. Thank you very much.
Papers.
Can I now call on Madam Deputy Speaker, the member for Princestown?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to lay the statement of the President pursuant of Section 9(1) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, setting out the specific grounds on which the decision to declare the existence of a state of public emergency was based.
And I now call on the Minister of Homeland Security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to lay paper number 2, the Prisons Order 2025, before this Honorable House.
Public business, government business, motions.
Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it is enacted by Section 8, Sub 1 of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, that the President may from time to time make a proclamation declaring that a state of public emergency exists. And whereas the President has by proclamation made on the 18th day of July 2025 declared that a state of public emergency exists in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And whereas it is enacted by Section 9, subsection 1 of the Constitution, that within 3 days of the making of the proclamation, the President shall deliver to the Speaker for presentation to the House of Representatives a statement setting out the specific grounds on which the decision to declare the existence of a state of public emergency was based, and a date shall be fixed for a debate on this statement as soon as practicable, but in any event, not later than 15 days from the date of the proclamation. And whereas on the 21st day of July 2025, the President delivered to the Speaker for presentation to the House of Representatives a statement setting out the specific grounds on which the decision to declare the existence of a state of public emergency was based. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the House take note of the statement by the President under Section 9(1) of the Constitution, setting out the specific grounds on which the decision to declare the existence of a state of public emergency was based. Mr. Speaker, the President's statement came against a particular background, and it is that context that I speak to briefly before I turn to the statement itself. On the evening of Thursday, the 17th July 2025, the Commissioner of Police brought to the attention of the Prime Minister and Cabinet certain intelligence reports of imminent threats to the state facilities, and state actors emanating from persons being housed within the maximum security prison. The Commissioner of Police recommended to the Prime Minister that a state of emergency was an urgent necessity in order to disrupt and to contain this threat. The government, in light of these intelligence reports, which told of plots to assassinate key government officials, members of the judiciary, members of law enforcement, as well as to attack state buildings, advised His Excellency the President to declare a state of emergency. In a press release published hours later on the 18th of July, the TTPS explained that, and I quote, "Recent intelligence has confirmed the emergence of a coordinated and highly dangerous criminal network operating from within Trinidad and Tobago's correctional facilities. This network," they say, "is actively mobilizing resources and orchestrating targeted attacks against senior officials and national institutions." The release further explained that incarcerated individuals are actively leveraging internal and external networks to plan and to execute attacks on key figures within the national security and justice sectors. These efforts are not isolated, but represent, in their view, a structured campaign involving multiple criminal entities whose targets include senior police officers, members of the judiciary, personnel within the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, and officers of the Trinidad and Tobago Prison Service. As a result of the collusion among incarcerated gang leaders enabled by communication devices and compromised prison officers, it was essential for the TTPS to act immediately to disrupt this threat by inter alia moving the inmates in question to another secure location where they would be unable to communicate with affiliates on the outside and to access smuggled devices. They were separated from their networks. Now, the statement itself. On Friday, July the 18th, 2025, at 12:02 a.m., being satisfied that a public emergency had arisen as the result of the occurrence of action that had been taken or was immediately threatened by any person of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety, Her Excellency the President made a proclamation declaring that a state of public emergency exists. In her statement, setting out the specific grounds on which the decision to declare the existence of a state of public emergency was based, the President noted inter alia that Cabinet had informed that the police have reported that a large group of individuals is now motivated to take action against the state at the very time that certain criminal and civil cases involving some of these individuals are ongoing, and that the Attorney General has advised that as a result of the above, conditions exist for threats to the public safety on an extensive scale. The President further stated that Cabinet had informed that the TTPS intelligence had told the Minister of National Security, who she understood to be the Minister of Homeland Security, that the criminal gangs in the islands of Trinidad and possibly Tobago were likely to increase acts of violence on a scale so extensive that it threaten persons and will endanger public safety. She went on, persons already incarcerated are actively engaged in coordinated acts of violence that target the state and state actors. Upon the declaration of the state of emergency by Her Excellency, the President, the TTPS commenced operations and removed certain individuals, inmates, that intelligence suggested were the ringleaders from the maximum security prison in Aruca at 6 a.m. on Friday the 18th, 2025. And those individuals were relocated to another secure location. On the night of Tuesday, the 22nd July, a joint security raid of the MSP was conducted, and that raid led to the discovery and confiscation of multiple cell phones and accessories from within the prison cells. This is after persons had been removed. Operations and investigations are ongoing to gather intelligence and to capture members of this syndicate who are involved in threats against the state actors. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Honourable members, I shall now propose the question for debate. Be it resolved that the House take note of the statement by the President under Section 9, subsection 1 of the Constitution, setting out the specific grounds on which the decision to declare the existence of a state of public emergency was based. Member for Arima.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak on a matter of grave national significance, and that is the proclamation by Her Excellency the President of a state of emergency across this beloved Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, let me say that at the outset that the opposition takes the security and well-being of the people of Trinidad and Tobago very seriously. And Of course, having this very extraordinary sitting to deal with a matter of such significance, as a responsible opposition, we must and will draw the conclusion that this government has not brought us here either by accident, but after having collected some very serious critical evidence and information. Mr. Speaker, the fact that we find ourselves in this House for the second time in less than 7 months, deliberating on a state of emergency, would tell us that this matter that we are dealing with today is of extremely grave concern. More so that this government is now in office for the 3rd month and that they have seen it fit to bring this state of emergency. Mr. Speaker, we in this PNM opposition would want to make it abundantly clear that we are not in the business of politicizing crime. But one must recall that when the debate took place in December of 2024, when we brought an application before this Honorable House, we were told that it was for the purposes of political gimmickry. Mr. Speaker, I think every single member of this Parliament here today would accept that crime is a global epidemic and thus affects our population mentally, socially, and in every regard, so much that the People's National Movement government declared it to be a threat to public health. Mr. Speaker, it's no secret that this country has been battling the root causes of crime, but crime is globally pervasive, big business, and in some instances is very attractive to some persons. We all recognize that crime has transcended administration, and solving it requires the attention of everyone, not just the politicians, the churches, NGOs, families, and every single individual if we are to deal with it. We have always been and are always prepared to support any legislation, or for that matter, any measure aimed at improving the quality and life of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And I have made it very clear on accepting the responsibility as the leader of the opposition, the willingness of this opposition to work together with the government where good legislation is brought before this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, we understand these are not ordinary times, and while a state of emergency is a grave constitutional tool and is the right of a government to use this option, we also recognize that extraordinary circumstances may require extraordinary measures. We therefore will not obstruct lawful efforts to restore order and protect lives of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Well, Mr. Speaker, we want to make it abundantly clear that our support is not blind and it is nor is it unconditional. We understand that as a Parliament, we must strike a careful and vigilant balance between protecting national security and, of course, upholding the democratic rights of citizens. Mr. Speaker, we therefore on this side do not take lightly the implication of a state of emergency. Such measures must never become routine or politically expedient. They must be used sparingly with clear justification and under vigilant parliamentary scrutiny. And that being said, we are prepared where the facts support each action to give support to the proclamation in the interest, of course, of national stability and public safety. Mr. Speaker, if you could just allow me to simply quote and refer to the words of our Constitution. With regard to the proclamation of a state of emergency, the President must be satisfied as per Section 8(2)(c), and I quote, that action has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety or to deprive the community or any substantial portion of the community of supplies or services to essential life. So we are here to treat with a serious motion with a statement of the President. And the President's statement, in truth and in fact, as made reference by the Attorney General, is a synopsis of what the government, of course, would have told Her Excellency. We are very clear in our mind that the government has a duty to account to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and to ensure that the truth is told to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would say that certainly on this side, when the state of emergency was called, it is fair to say that some confusion was created in the minds of members of the public. Mr. Speaker, you would recall that it is the Commissioner of Police who appeared before the public and gave certain information as it related to why the state of emergency was being called. So in essence, the Commissioner of Police indicated that a threat emanated from behind the prison walls. The Attorney General, as I understand it, later indicated in his statement that there was a plot against judicial and other officers, and the Honorable Prime Minister made reference to rising kidnappings and serious crimes. Now, we are very clear in our mind that in the public domain, what is the main concern? The main concern is the issue of curtailing of rights. And in some instances, some members of the public have drawn the conclusion that it is very much as if we are living in a militarized state. Mr. Speaker, I am grateful for the information as recently provided by the Honorable Attorney General. But what I would say is that based on his recent statement that speaks to basically what we will call collaboration from in the prison and outside of the prison. And I think what the public is really concerned about between the 18th of July and today, the 28th of July, no one effectively has been charged for any offense. And I am more convinced, based on the statement given today by the Honorable Attorney General, that the government must be in possession of some kind of evidence that I think would lead the public to be convinced about the need for this state of emergency. So I think what is important is for us, and whilst we understand that these matters are extremely sensitive, and the government cannot provide us, nor the Attorney General, with certain information because of the sensitivity of the matter, I think the public is waiting very patiently based on the information provided for at least someone to be brought to justice as it relates to what has taken place that has caused this state of emergency. Mr. Speaker, you were present yesterday at the laying of the wreath. And I know that I'm not bringing you into the debate. I'm simply saying you were present yesterday together with the Vice President, the Minister in the Ministry of the Prime Minister, and I was also present. As we debate this statement, and we recall an incident that occurred on July 27, 1990. No right-thinking citizen or no right-thinking member of parliament would believe that incidents like those cannot occur again. As a matter of fact, notwithstanding modern technology and efforts by all governments to avoid a matter of such, to stand here today and say that some of the issues, some of the information brought forward to us, that is not true, I don't think anybody is saying that. But we understand that once you declare a state of emergency and people's rights are infringed, and we are seen in the public domain, I think it was today or yesterday, an attorney speaking about being asked to be blindfolded while going to represent a client, then we understand how far this matter has reached as it relates to protection of the rights of citizens as well as detainees. Mr. Speaker, we know very well that the persons who have been taken to another place are persons that were already in custody. So it's not a question where new persons have been arrested, or at least I have no such information as it relates to that. But we know that on the evening, on the 27th of July 1990, heralded the start of a harrowing chapter in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. 35 years have passed, yet the somber memories of those dreadful moments remain imprinted in the minds of all who bore witnesses. The audacity of this assault on our democracy is a painful reminder of the fragility of our freedoms. Like the state of emergency, like the 1990 attempted coup, the leadership of the government is silent as to what has and continues to impact on the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, I ask your leave to make reference to an article yesterday in the Express by Anna Ramdas, War Planned from Behind Bars, Explosive Grenades and Rogue Officers in Massive Plot to Attack Police, Judiciary and the DPP. Now, Mr. Speaker, any right-thinking individual, whether it be a Trinidadian or someone from abroad, listening to this article, reading this article, would wonder exactly what is taking place in Trinidad and Tobago. And therefore it is, as I said, it's very hard-pressed for us to sit here and not support the efforts of the government to deal with this state of emergency. But we are hoping that as we do the extension and the order, that some more information will be provided, either by the Honorable Prime Minister, the Attorney General, the Minister of Homeland Security, that would give the people of Trinidad and Tobago a certain level of comfort that the government is in control of this particular situation. And I would say that as I stand here to indicate our support, we certainly would look forward to that kind of information being provided. And Mr. Speaker, if you would just allow me to continue to read from the same article. Explosive grenades and high-powered rifles allegedly smuggled in from Venezuela and South American countries were to be used in artillery strikes against the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, members of the judiciary, and the Director of Public Prosecutions. Now, Mr. Speaker, how could we have read this article, let me put it this way, and not come today, save and except if the government is going to stand and say that that information that is provided in that article, in that Express article, save and except if they say that is not true, then we know that we are in serious problems. And as I indicated, we need to take some serious measures. But we always are mindful that in taking those serious measures, we ensure the protection of the rights of citizens. Mr. Speaker, the article went on to state, sources said that police stations along the east-west corridor including Besson Street, Barataria, Mova, Sanwa, and the Garden Emergency Branch in Aranguez were among the targets. So, Mr. Speaker, if all of that information that I've just read is true, as I said, the most important thing about this debate, and therefore we have to say that that is the kind of information that was provided to the Honorable President that caused the Honorable Prime Minister and her cabinet to take that decision. And I'm simply saying to the Honorable Prime Minister that as I have indicated up front, our willingness to support this measure, that whilst you may not be able to give all information, I'm sure the public is willing to hear what information can be shared so that the measure of comfort that this situation is under control, that is a reasonable request. Because we understand very clearly that this is not the first time, as we have seen, as I've said, that there's a state of emergency. One would recall, Mr. Speaker, in 2011, this government also brought a state of emergency. As a matter of fact, in the Guardian article dated the 23rd of November 2011, red alert, 7 arrested in assassination plot. And Mr. Speaker, if I can ask your leave to make reference to the said article of the Guardian. It was specifically stated, and I quote, "The country's security forces have been placed on high alert after a plot to assassinate Prime Minister Kamla Prasad Bisesa, and 3 of her cabinet ministers was uncovered. Well-placed government and military sources confirmed to the Trinidad and Tobago Guardian late yesterday that there was a high threat alert on the Prime Minister, the Attorney General, Alan Ramlugan, Housing and Environmental Minister, Dr. Rudal Munilal, and Local Government Minister, Chandra Sharma. It is a very serious matter. Reports at that time is that 7 persons were detained, including a businessman from Valsain, who had been charged and released under the state of emergency. A religious group based in Trinidad, in central Trinidad, is also being investigated in connection with the plot. Mr. Speaker, this justification, of course, at some later date, was used for the extension of the state of emergency. Mr. Speaker, back then, 17 persons were detained in relation to this said state of emergency. And if I can say, Mr. Speaker, December of 2011, all 17 persons were home free. And why were they home free? Because those 17 men that were detained in relation to that assassination plot were released because there was no evidence. And Mr. Speaker, therefore, it is reasonable and fair to us to ask the question so that we do not find ourselves in any similar circumstances where the public believes that we have a repeat of what happened in 2011. Now, it is fair to say, and we understand very well, that the country has not been doing very well, both as it relates to detection rate and it relates to conviction rate. And we understand that it has been a challenge for the police service as it relates to detection of crimes and more so conviction of crimes. But these allegations brought forward by the Honorable Attorney General are extremely serious, and we support this state of emergency because we believe that as a responsible opposition, persons cannot be behind the prison, be behind the bars, or even out in the public and conspiring to participate in activities that could result in harming individuals and, of course, causing the country to be put on watch lists and causing the country to go to a level of embarrassment to imply that we are not capable of dealing with matters where criminals are holding the people of Trinidad and Tobago in such a manner that we cannot comfortably move around in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I am not seeking to diminish the credibility of the reports. I acknowledge that crime and any threat must be taken seriously, but let us ensure that we do not have a repeat of 2011, and the decision and ownership of the action by the government is based on sound evidence. Mr. Speaker, whilst we acknowledge that the safety of citizens are of paramount importance and we take note of the justification presented by the President's statement for this state of emergency, as an opposition, of course, we must, of course, highlight our concerns. Mr. Speaker, this moment calls for a certain amount of collaboration, it calls for a certain amount of maturity, it calls for a certain amount of responsibility on both sides. However, we will support the aim, of course, of preserving lives, but I maintain that it's not a question where we are saying that we are giving the government a blanket check. The government, therefore, has a responsibility to give some further information as it relates to the nature and, of course, scope of that threat. Mr. Speaker, I think it is fair to say that even as we indicate our support, we too would want to have the government tell us what exactly is their policy and what exactly is their strategic intervention specifically to deal with crime. In other words, what is your crime plan? This is a matter that they raise with us from time to time. Whenever we came here and we presented and requested their assistance as it relates to the state of emergency, the question was, what is your crime plan? Because the public is very clear in their mind that even if you tell us that you're going to do this, what exactly is going to be done to reduce the murders, the kidnappings, and the many other things that we see taking place. And we understand, and that is why there's a restriction that you have to come before the Parliament for this extension. And if you, again, you have to come back before the Parliament because there's a clear understanding that no government is going to get any opportunity without coming to provide the evidence. They are not going to get an opportunity to simply continue the state of emergency. So if that is the case, you have that intervention, which is for a particular period. When the state of emergency expires, what then is your plan to deal with crime? Mr. Speaker, our government at the time, in the last 2015 to 2025, there were a number of initiatives. And notwithstanding those initiatives, and we looked at the data, there were some instances where regardless of what you did, we saw some increases. If we look at the recent state of emergency and we compare the period January 2024 to April 2025, and this year during the state of emergency, you would see that clearly there was a reduction. If you look at the period in 2011, when this government had a state of emergency, you would see there was a reduction. As a matter of fact, it is fair to say that most governments, whenever there is a state of emergency, there is a reduction in crime. And we understand why. The state of emergency ends, and in most instances, you see that crime spirals again. And the question, therefore, I think for all members of the public is that what can be done to have a reduction in crime in which the public can be comfortable. And I make the point again about the willingness of the opposition to work with the government to address certain issues, to certain pieces of legislation, so that we can convince the public that we are prepared to work together. I recall that under the Ministry of Youth and National Service, we had interventions such as the Civilian Conservation Corps, the MIC, programs under the Ministry of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, may I turn your attention to Standing Order 48-1, please?
Yes. Member Farima, I think it's hovering on irrelevancy. Can we just move on, please?
Please. Mr. Speaker, as it relates to the statement of the Honorable President, who gave the very clear as to what was her reasoning for the declaration of the state of emergency, I am simply making the point that whilst you declare a state of emergency based on evidence that is before you, at the end of the day, all of that intervention is specifically to deal with crime. And if it is, we want to ensure that addressing crime is something permanent, then the government has to say what it is planning. Right? That's all. And I was simply saying that under the People's National Movement, there were several interventions. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that whilst this is simply to debate the President's statement, and that is based on what evidence comes to the President, I am very sure in my mind that as we sit here as parliamentarians to debate that statement, the public also wants to know that as government and opposition, that we understand that the state of emergency will not deal with the crime situation of Trinidad and Tobago. Right? And when we debated this statement the last time, what was very clear and came up was the issue that there were several interventions that the PNM at the time brought before the Parliament. And all I'm saying is that at that time, whether it be the anti-gang bill or other pieces of bail legislation, we did not get support from the government, from the opposition at the time.
Mr. Speaker, may I again turn your attention for 48-1, please?
Member Farima, if one takes note at the resolution part of the motion, okay, it simply says to take, the House take note of the statement by the President. The reasons for, the reasons against really comes at a later time. So perhaps in the interest of moving on and the interest of corralling the debate to the issues which really should occupy the attention of the House, perhaps we could save that discourse for maybe later on in the proceedings when we know the extension part is going to be debated. So perhaps we could move on.
Mr. Speaker, let me just say that, I will end here. Because, what is unfortunate is that it is always very easy to use the standing orders and restrict debates. But I want to make it...
Let me make it abundantly plain. Could I be allowed to proceed in some silence? Let me make it abundantly plain, and in case one word doesn't work, plain, pellucid, and palpable. The standing orders provide a regulatory framework decided upon not by me as presiding officer, but by parliamentarians collectively in a committee known as the Standing Orders Committee. Both sides of the House are staffed with very experienced lawyers. I did not decide these standing orders. I did not have an input in them. And to suggest, perhaps even tangentially, that standing orders are being used to curtail debate is an unfortunate and perhaps unintended consequence of what Member Farima intends to say. I've known the Member Farima a long time. It is quite unusual to make any sort of statement like that, and I'm not going to take it that you are implying that I'm somehow seeking to curtail the debates. But the standing orders exist for a reason, and the standing orders is layered in the regulatory purpose of the House for a reason. And we must understand that the layered regulatory framework of the House is there for a reason. It's not for me to elucidate the reason. So let us move on, please, and I ask you to withdraw kindly that unfortunate
Yeah, but Mr.
statement.
Speaker, I withdraw that, and I don't know, I mean, my statement was not in reference to you, right? Right? I mean, because Mr. Speaker, so just as how you have known me for a long time, I have known you for a long time, and the statement was not in reference to you, right? It was not in reference to you, but I'm saying that this is a matter in which we are seeking to have some collaboration and cooperation and support. So therefore, I mean, if it is that the government is intent on wanting to make an issue because I'm making reference to at times when they were not supporting, that's fine. And that's the point that I'm making. So if it is you want to collaborate, if you want to support, I mean, you can do that in a particular way, but if it is...
Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 14.1. We are not here to debate what the member is speaking about.
The member a second to explain the contextual background of our support. I think it's only fair that we should give the member not a long time, but just, I think the point has sufficiently been made. And we hang on. And we are descending into perhaps an area, a gray area of this debate that could be saved for later on in the proceedings.
Speaker, I will just close by saying, so often, the opposition is accused of not wanting to support the government. And all I would say to the honorable member for Couva South, that he totally and absolutely simply missed my point. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, it is not often that there is a lengthy debate on the statement from Her Excellency. I'm grateful that the members opposite have accepted the justification for the state of emergency. Now, questions which have to do with a crime plan and so on may be relevant for another day, but Her Excellency was clear in stating what the state of emergency here was. It was an existential threat to the safety of the state. Led by intelligence dealing with certain actors within the maximum security prison. That is it. We took action, we avoided the worst case scenario. And that is essentially what that part of this evening's proceedings were to be about. Now, if I could just speak to a couple things which were raised by the member for Arima. The member for Rima referred to an article in the Express. All that and the need to have some sort of public information. Trinidad and Tobago is a small country. My remarks this afternoon have been vetted by the Commissioner of Police. And they've been vetted by the Commissioner of Police because the police get intelligence from various sources. And you can imagine some of those sources who might be affected by things that I might say. I don't want that. I don't have control over the press, but the report was factually, largely speaking, correct. And the threat is a very real threat, as the journalist identified. Now, what I would like to do, Mr. Speaker, is to move us on to the second motion. So with those words, I would like to move, but on the second motion, I'd like to encourage my colleagues opposite to support us on having supported us on the justification for the existence of the state of emergency. We would make the case and ask our colleagues opposite to support us on the extension of the state of emergency, which comes in a minute or two. I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is, be it resolved that the House take note of the statement by the President under Section 9, subsection 1 of the Constitution, setting out the specific grounds on which the decision to declare the existence of a state of public emergency was based. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Honourable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it is enacted by Section 8, subsection 1 of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, that the President may from time to time make a proclamation declaring that a state of public emergency exists. And whereas the President has, by proclamation, made on the 18th day of July 2025, declared that a state of public emergency exists in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And whereas it is enacted by Section 9, subsection 2 of the Constitution, that a proclamation made by the President for the purposes of and in accordance with Section 8 shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 15 days. And whereas it is enacted by Section 10(1) of the Constitution, that before its expiration, the proclamation may be extended from time to time by resolution, supported by a simple majority vote of the House of Representatives. So, however, that no extension exceeds 3 months, and the extensions do not, in the aggregate, exceed 6 months. And whereas it is necessary and expedient that the proclamation made by the President on the 18th day of July 2025, declaring that a state of public emergency exists in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, should be extended for a further period not exceeding 3 months. Now therefore be it resolved that the proclamation made by the President on the 18th day of July 2025, declaring that a state of public emergency exists in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, be extended for a further period of 3 months. Mr. Speaker, and this is a point that was not alluded to, but spoken of by the member for Arima. 35 years ago, almost to this day, the government of Trinidad and Tobago was overthrown in this very chamber. By this time, perhaps, then Prime Minister Robinson, Minister of National Security Selwyn Richardson, were tied together face down and both shot in the legs. Another member of Parliament, Leo Devines, was also shot and, as we all know, later succumbed to his injuries. I begin with this reminder because, as life would have it, we are here today to do exactly that business that Parliament was then called upon. Of course, Parliament was housed in the central bank because of the extensive destruction to this chamber and the other one caused by those actions. So we are here to do the very business that Parliament, then housed in the central bank, was called to do almost exactly 35 years ago. Now, the very rich irony is that I am here to address this House and the country in circumstances not dissimilar from those at that time. One difference, and a terrifying one at that, is that today there is no singular violent threat. But I want to be abundantly clear. If we did not take the decisive action of declaring a state of emergency and immediately removing individuals, I will not describe them as gang leaders as yet, from the maximum security prison 10 days ago, along with the many subsequent operations which I can confirm have in fact taken place, and this is where the debate becomes something else other than the president's statement. There have been subsequent operations by the police and armed forces, some of which have been publicized, some of which have not been publicized. Many of us may not have been here today. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the services, the police service, the army, and the prisons particularly for the actions that they took on the 18th of July, beginning on the 18th of July, and continuing thereafter, to secure all of us in this chamber and to secure the people of Trinidad and Tobago. There are those on the opposite side and in the public who have sought to vilify the government for declaring this state of emergency and to insinuate that the reports of widespread imminent danger were fabricated or exaggerated. In the interest of safeguarding the integrity of ongoing investigations and maintaining sensitive information, we cannot place all the facts on public record without endangering lives. The truth is, we cannot blame the population for having doubts. The citizens of this country were, after all, subjected to lie after lie for 10 years under the past leadership of those opposite. We were fed the most foolish untruths to cover ineptitude, corruption, abuse of power, and mismanagement across the board. Mr. Speaker, the population must be jaded. It must have doubts. Why? Well, because, in no small part, because the very last state of emergency, which was declared by a prime minister, and I'm not going back into ancient history 15 and 20 years ago. The very last state of emergency that was declared by a prime minister, who had a glass in his hand while at a party in Tobago. One of my colleagues I do not wish to steal his thunder, but I would just encourage my colleagues on the other side to speak and tread very gently in defending that particular individual, because one of my colleagues who is to speak has irrefutable evidence that this took place. A man with a glass in his hand at a party declares a state of emergency. How do you expect the population to treat with all of us? All I can do here today, Mr. Speaker, is to remind citizens that a mere 3 months ago, you voted for this Prime Minister because she represented change, she represented maturity, she represented compassion, and something else, courage. I was sitting in the room when the report was made by the Commissioner of Police. And the Prime Minister did not hesitate to accept the recommendation of the Commissioner of Police. Obviously, there was a discussion on citizens' rights, but the trigger was pulled right then, right there, within a minute of the report of the special branch having been obtained. In the last 90 days, we have frontally attacked many of the institutions of corruption that we inherited. A state of emergency cannot ever be the entirety of a crime plan. And that is where my colleague, the representative, the member for Arima, either misconstrued the statement of the president, which had nothing to do with, well, very little. She did recite crime, but she spoke about the existential threat to the security of the state. This is not a crime plan. We do not say that it is a crime plan. It is an urgent, necessary measure to give law enforcement the powers they need to dismantle a criminal enterprise that threatens the security of the state. Now, that enterprise was determined to assassinate persons in critical positions in this country. We have shared some of that information and some of that intelligence with those individuals. We have not made them public for obvious reasons. The plan was to attack buildings, to generally hobble the justice system. One prosecutor, a prominent police prosecutor, but representative of the Director of Public Prosecutions, was shot and killed during the last state of emergency, the one which was declared by the gentleman with the beverage in hand. Prosecutor was killed. What Why is that relevant? Because all of the other prosecutors are affected. I didn't want to say nervous, but they are affected. I have been asked to authorize grief counseling and all manner of things for those persons. These are human beings. They lost one of their own during that state of emergency, which was declared by the leadership of those on the other side. Now, another objective, apart from hobbling the justice system, to intimidate law enforcement, taking out police officers, those in the prisons who were not already scared, some of them were targeted, and to throw Trinidad and Tobago into the type of chaos, the likes of which, even after you take into account what took place here in 1990, we have never seen. Now, if I can speak briefly on the evolution of terrorism and criminal networks. Terrorism and insurgents have evolved significantly over the last 35 years. The Jamaat in 1990 used maxi taxis and the assorted van to go to the places that they took control of. The airport, for a brief period of time, an attempt was made there. To TTT, a successful attempt was made there on Marval Road. To this place, this is where the seat of government was overthrown. And of course, the police headquarters, where they drove a van in, they shot the guard at the headquarters, ran over his body, drove into the building, exploded, planted a bomb, exploded the building, and the old police headquarters is no more. Things are very different in 2025. The groups outside of prison who take instructions from their leaders in the main, who are inside of the prison, are armed to the teeth. They possess explosives. I'm not going off record here. There have been reports in the press as to C4 explosives being found outside of the prison. I think the member for Tunapuna led the operation that seized C4 from the garden to the prison. That would have been when you all were in office, unfortunately. So, again, that's on you. But I want us to try to not politicize what we're doing here today, because the facts are that the gangs are united. The gangs are united to do things. And if the gangs are united, then perhaps it may be prudent for us to think of having a united front. That is all that I see. In the recent past, a lot has been asked of what do we intend to do. We have given the police service in the last 10 days essentially everything that was required of them in terms of resources. And they have responded both in terms of morale, which is difficult to quantify, but also in terms of their enthusiasm, in terms of the operations that they have conducted and in terms of the professionalism that they have displayed with courage and with efficiency that we have not seen in years. Today, our republic faces an unprecedented convergence of organized criminal forces that threaten not just our public safety, but the very foundations of the democracy. Just as we have been forced to do when attacked before, we need to meet that threat. We are witnessing a coordinated surge in violent crimes across the country. Things are not taking place when it comes to gang-related homicides by accident. These things are coordinated. Kidnappings are being coordinated. There was a voice note circulating. It was all over the place. We had nothing to do with leaking it. But it tells a particular story. That too is authentic. I tried to suppress it because there were individuals mentioned who could have been identified and who were not yet in the possession of the security forces. Now, we've witnessed, of course, in the recent past, the assassination of a key person involved in the prosecution of serious crime. Others were targeted and other assassinations were planned. And they were all sparked by orders issued by their commanders within our prison walls. And that is characteristic of the threat that we face now. It is this: despite historic rivalries, members of gangs that would previously have nothing to do with each other are now, in some cases, united, in other cases, uniting to form a singular, coordinated method of attacking institutions of the state. The pattern we now face bears in that respect a haunting resemblance to the conditions that preceded the 1990 coup attempt. As observed then and reaffirmed now, these events are preceded by growing frustrations, ideological solidarity among violent actors, and decades-long critical lapses in responsiveness by the agencies of the state. Now, I did not say that those failings started 3 months ago. That's impossible. I'm speaking of decades-long inaction by the leadership of those on the other side. We will put a stop to that, Mr. Speaker. What differentiates today's threat from the national uprising in 1990 is in part the operational capacity of these gangs to collaborate across previously impenetrable rivalries and what should be the impenetrable barriers of a maximum security prison. In 1990, cell phones didn't exist, the internet did not exist, social media did not exist. We are dealing now with multiple forms of sophisticated and encrypted communications on a host of platforms, along with complex flows of money, arms, and equipment to these gangs from other international criminal organizations. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the prison system has been compromised. That is not to say that every prison officer that we have is compromised or corrupted. There are many hard-working, courageous prison officers in the prison system. But the system has been compromised, and it has been serving inmates as a protected criminal command center. Mr. Speaker, prisoners are being tipped off about SIU raids by prison officers. As the prison officers come through the gates, as the SIU agents come through the gates, prison officers are shouting to some of these kingpins, X is coming. That is what is taking place in the prisons. They can maintain sophisticated communication with external affiliates, manage logistics, direct acts of violence through the use of smuggled phones, compromised officials, and exploitation of visitation in the absence of digital communications. Sadly, attorneys are sometimes involved. All of these things are enabled by corrupt officer-inmate collusion networks and growing black market economies operating within the prison walls. High-risk inmates in particular exploit the system through bribery. There's a lot of money taking place and passing hands in prison. Coercion, fear-mongering against those officers who resist involvement in illegal activities, and other forms of intimidation. The insidious influence erodes the professionalism of correctional staff and undermines our national ability to contain violent actors. Officers, visitors, and drones are used for smuggling and strategic coordination of contraband drops, reinforcing the sustainability of these criminal networks. Now, as I mentioned, drones, I have been cleared to see that the location that the problematic inmates were, those locations that they were removed to were very recently also infiltrated by 2 drones. And that is what I've been permitted to see on that. The Defense Force, which has custody of those areas, have dealt with that situation. Now, I want to speak about the political will, because this is important. In the current scenario, because we are no longer dealing with a single entity, a singular uprising, or single acts, isolated acts of criminality, it may be prudent for us to consider whether we can confront the criminal ecosystem, which now has operational reach, ideological unity, and economic power, with the cooperation of those opposite under different leadership. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure this nation that whether they cooperate or not, we are determined to and we will eradicate this problem. I want to assure the members of the House, the population of Trinidad and Tobago, that our government understands the complexity of the criminal infection. We have a comprehensive strategy to cauterize it. More importantly, we possess the political will to do it, and we are going to deal with this cancer head on. The Honorable Prime Minister has a team working with the Commissioner of Police on a coordinated and targeted approach to dealing with the criminal elements and this particular problem. Mr. Speaker, the population can rest assured that there will be no partying with glasses at a time of crisis, and I heard someone say anymore. The point is that we're not talking about, we are talking about partying with glasses at the time you declare a state of emergency. We don't have anything against fun. We are not outlying fun. What we are saying is that when you have a state of emergency, when you make bold enough to declare a state of emergency, find yourself before the population of the country. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is on record as saying, and I quote, "I will not stand idly by for years, months, weeks, or even days while a minority of illegally armed individuals act in concert to intimidate the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I will not tolerate a resurgence of kidnappings for ransom and other heinous crimes initiated by gangs. I will not allow these elements of society to continue to terrorize and traumatize law-abiding citizens and to wreak havoc in our land." Mr. Speaker, I am proud to associate myself with those sentiments. And with those words, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Honourable members, I shall now pose the question for debate. Be it resolved that the proclamation made by the President on the 18th day of July 2025, declaring that a state of public emergency exists in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, be extended for a further period of 3 months. Member for Dago Martin, Port of Spain North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on this motion, what we're before the House today to do is to listen to the government and its request for an extension of the state of emergency that has been declared for an additional period of 3 months. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, the first thing and predominant thing that must be addressed is whether there is justification for such an extension. The declaration of the state of emergency was made, and in the previous motion, we dealt with the reasons for the calling of the state of the emergency. Her Excellency, the President, in accordance with the Constitution, sent forth the reasons. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, the Honourable Member for Arima, immediately indicated the Opposition's position, that having seen, having read the reasons from the President for the calling and the declaration of a state of emergency, the Opposition was prepared to support it. But what we need to hear now as a population, and not only us in this House, because we represent persons, the population, is justification for an extension for 3 months. We've heard about plots. We've heard about a host of very, very serious instances of criminal activity, which, quite frankly, we have no reason to doubt on this side, because not too long ago, it was us on this side, and I served on the National Security Council from the first day in 2015 until April 2025. So I am very aware of some of the instances to which we've heard reference by the Attorney General, including the ills of the prison service. But what we need to hear here today, and quite frankly we haven't heard, is how does a state of emergency for the next 3 months justify, and how is that state of emergency extended for the next 3 months going to deal with the specific ills that have been listed? You see, Mr. Speaker, as many of us in this chamber would be aware, having practiced law, a state of emergency is a very, very serious incident. The calling of a state of emergency, respectfully, is a mission of last resort. It is our proposition that one should never, as a first instance in dealing with crime and criminality, rush to a state of emergency, because there's nothing left after that. And in fact, it would start. So a state of emergency called after 9 years of governance is very, very different to a state of emergency called within 3 months of being in government. So what we must do here today, Mr. Speaker, is examine the effect of extending this state of emergency. Because you see, the state of emergency, no matter how there are attempts to dress it up, does not only affect the lives of the criminal element. The state of emergency is a suspension of every citizen's constitutional rights in Trinidad and Tobago. And that is a very, very serious matter. The suspension of our constitutional rights, our rights that are enshrined and protected by the Constitution. And we can see this by immediately going. We must examine the regulations. The regulations are what give effect. The Emergency Power Regulations 2025 are, in fact, in accordance with the Constitution and Section 7, what give effect and what give the powers to a state of emergency. And the population would do well to know that these regulations, like previous regulations, I remember here in January of this year, the honourable member who's now left for Barataria Sawa took us through a treatise of going through the regulations and talked about cut and paste and these types of things. Ironically, the regulations that govern today the state of emergency 2025, declared on the 18th of July, are cut and paste as well. And that is not surprising, and it is not my intention to criticize it, because I understand the importance. But what I am concerned about, Mr. Speaker, is the powers under these regulations. And how do those powers affect the lives of every single citizen of Trinidad and Tobago? Be it my constituents in Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, be it the constituents of the Honourable Prime Minister in Superior, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition in Arima, because every citizen's rights right now, constitutionally, are suspended. And we can very quickly look at Section 4 of the Constitution, where our enshrined rights are, Mr. Speaker. And we see the right of individuals to security of the person and enjoyment of property. These regulations affect persons' rights to property, because these regulations give not only the police, but they give members of the defense force the powers to stop any single citizen, to seize any item, not only firearms, any item that they reasonably believe can be used to commit a crime. Those are very, very serious suspensions. Also, the right of the individual, still under Section 4, to freedom of movement. Because under these regulations and the current state of emergency, you can be stopped by a police officer and a member of the defense force anywhere throughout Trinidad and Tobago. And that is a very serious power that we've given. One of the most fundamental powers, or rights, that have now been suspended and are traditionally suspended by states of emergency declared in circumstances such as this. Because this is not like the state of emergency that existed when we were dealing with COVID. This is specifically to deal with crime and criminality, as we've heard this afternoon, and we've heard in the last 10 days, is the right of a person to bail, and the right of a person that is enshrined under Section 5, 2C of the Constitution. The right that you cannot deprive a person who has been arrested or detained to be brought promptly before the court on appropriate judicial authority, or 4, of the remedy of habeas corpus. This also, Section 5, gives you the right to apply for bail. But under the state of emergency, and in particular the one that we're being asked to extend today for a period of 3 months, you no longer have the right to bail or the right to habeas corpus, as per the regulations. So turning very quickly to the regulations and why we are concerned on this side, that by the extension we're granting a continued suspension of constitutional rights. Very briefly, we see that these regulations were produced. And if you look at Regulation 4 and Regulation 3, it allows particular orders to be made. Orders that authorize the search of persons and premises, the seizure of anything, its detention for so long as may be necessary for the purposes of examination, investigation, trial, or inquiry, authorizing the interrogation of computers, electronic devices seized under the paragraph. And we must question, if we're going to grant an extension of the suspension of our constitutional rights for the next 3 months, what is it that the current laws that are in place, why is it that the current laws that are on the books, which are extremely extensive, one only needs to look at the anti-gang legislation, look at the Interception of Communication Act that has been amended to deal with the ills of the prison service. And ironically, the same complaint that was made by the Attorney General of attorneys and some attorneys finding themselves in cahoots with criminals who are incarcerated in our prisons. The amendments to IOCA that were resisted, IOCA being the Interception of Communications Act, that were resisted by those on the other side, deal specifically with some of those ills, making it criminal offense for those types of interactions and for attorneys to be in cahoots with the criminals. So it is not a new phenomenon. Unfortunately, there are corrupt people in the system. Corrupt people who are taking contraband into the prisons. We heard it. We heard the evidence today. We've seen it in the public domain. Since the declaration of this state of emergency and raids that were carried out as the state of emergency was declared at 6 a.m. that morning of the 18th of July, within a matter of days, there were phone devices back in the prison system, despite us being in a state of emergency. So what is it that this state of emergency that suspends, Mr. Speaker, your constitutional rights, my constitutional rights, the opposition leader's constitutional rights, the Honorable Prime Minister's constitutional rights? for another 3 months. What is the magic that is going to be deployed by the government to stop these ills? We haven't heard a single one. And I can stand there, Mr. Speaker, and say without fear of contradiction that this opposition will always support the law enforcement. And if that is what the government is doing, as we heard them say a short while ago, providing support, i.e. resources, to law enforcement to stand and to face the criminals and to fight crime, we stand with that. But Mr. Speaker, it is our duty as well to ask the question, how does an extension for the next 3 months of a suspension of rights, a suspension as we see per these regulations, giving police and the defense force, as per Regulation 9, the power to stop and search any person whom he finds in any street or any other public place reasonably suspects of having any firearm, ammunition, or explosive in his possession, contrary to Regulation 8, or having committed or being about to commit any other offense prejudicial to public safety or order. And it's the last part that expands it beyond the Firearms Act. Because it was not too long ago in January, the Honourable Member for Barataria Sarawak took us a front on treatise of what is the difference with the Firearms Act, and these same regulations. But it is that last part of the clause. We are empowering the police and the defense force, suspending constitutional rights here. And you're giving further at Regulation 11, it says, no person shall A, endeavor whether orally or otherwise to influence public opinion in a manner likely to be prejudicial to public safety, or B, do any act or have any article in his possession with a view to making or facilitating the making of any such endeavor. That captures phones. That captures everybody's smartphone. Because now on a smartphone, it is a platform. It is a platform that people are using to influence public opinion. So these are very, very serious rights we're suspending, very serious powers we're granting for the next 3 months is what we're being asked to do. How does this affect? How does it stop? How does it fix? Because that's the catchword we've heard for the last few months. It fixes everything. How does this state of emergency now fix the ills that we've come here and we've been hearing about? The ills that a commissioner of police told us about on the 18th of July. You look at Regulation 12. This is one of the most offensive potentially. Notwithstanding any rule of law to the contrary, a police officer may, and of course under these regulations, police officer now includes a member of the defense force, may without warrant and with or without assistance and with the use of force if necessary, enter and search any premises or stop and search any vessel, vehicle, or individual, whether in a public place or not. So there is absolutely no argument that could be made against this being utilized, against the criminal element, you know. I doubt there is a single member in the 41 members, some of whom are not present here today, who would not agree that police should have the ability to go into a criminal's residence. But who determines that? And to stop and search anyone, anywhere, who they believe is a criminal. That is why the law outside of a state of emergency and the Constitution in enshrined rights protects all of us from the potential of abuse. So that is one of the things we're putting on notice here today. We are concerned, and we're just putting down our marker. If this is extended for another 3 months, that there should not be an abuse. And immediately, one of the things that comes to mind, Mr. Speaker, is last week, a big part of the public debate or the evidence in the public last week was, unfortunately, there were 5 incidents of our Trinidad and Tobago Police Service carrying out their duties, we trust lawfully, engaging in and killing who we're told are criminal elements. We are not criticizing it, but it is something to be cautious about. Because in a state of emergency, our rights are suspended. In a state of emergency, as the Honourable Member for Tunapuna would be able to give personal attestation to, having come from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, a police officer can just stop anyone. You don't even have a right to ask, well, show me your warrant, show me that you identify yourself. And you can then be detained, and detention orders can be produced. These are some of the very serious powers that are granted in a state of emergency. So you can enter and search any premises or stop and search any vessel, vehicle, or individual, whether in a public place or not. Those are very serious powers, and we must give serious consideration here today, Mr. Speaker, to what is the task that is currently before us. This is not about flippancy. This is not about talks about partying and etc. This is about what is the justification to continue the suspension of persons' constitutional rights, every citizen's constitutional rights, in this manner for the next 3 months. And of course, under a state of emergency, there's the power to detain and to take to places that have been determined for detention. And we've heard on the morning of the 18th of July that certain persons were taken to other places outside of the normal prison system. And we can only assume on this side that there was justification for that, because of the serious potential incidents that we've been told about. Mostly by the Commissioner of Police. Because any plot to destabilize Trinidad and Tobago is something that we will not associate with on this side. But that is not something that should be thrown around lightly. Unfortunately, in the past, we've learned from past incidents that can arise. It was on this occasion, Mr. Speaker, that we, the population, we woke up on the morning of the 18th to see it circulating that it's possible we were under a state of emergency. The first person to address the population, the nation, on this was the Commissioner of Police. The Commissioner of Police's role is only to recommend. It is a governmental decision. It is a cabinet's decision. It is the Prime Minister's decision, along with her cabinet, to decide and to advise Her Excellency the President, pursuant to the Constitution, to declare a state of emergency. So it was quite ironic a short while ago to hear from the previous speaker, when you're bold enough to call a state of emergency, find yourself in front of the population. Immediately my mind, and as I'm sure the population's, was triggered to the 18th of July. The first thing that came out was a statement from the Commissioner of Police, not a part of the executive. The second thing was by 9 a.m., a press conference by the Commissioner of Police, where he said a number of things very, very carefully. We heard an Attorney General here today tell us that his statement was vetted by the Commissioner of Police because of concerns not to jeopardize ongoing operations, intelligence, not to expose potential confidential informants. Very sensible, but it was not for a Commissioner of Police in these circumstances to address us. Very belatedly, there was a press conference later on that day by the Attorney General. There were a number of contradictions, and later on came a statement from the Prime Minister. So where is it that you are bold enough to find yourself in front of the population? one of the most stark contradictions that we picked up on the 18th was the Commissioner of Police, when asked questions by the media, specifically stated no politician's life was under threat. He was asked specifically about that. And the Commissioner of Police, who is being pushed out in front by the government, said very clearly to the population, no politician's life was under threat. Contradict that to what we heard later on in the afternoon about rocket-propelled grenades taking out buildings. And not even what we've heard today. Today, I made a careful note again that it was said how politicians were under threat. So when we're taking this serious decision for an extension now, for the next 3 months, we need full and frank disclosure of what can be said. We accept that in the circumstances when it deals with national security, specifics can't be given. But 1990, even what happened in December 2024, is absolutely no justification today when a decision is being taken for an extension of a state of emergency. The test, Mr. Speaker, is what are the circumstances existing today at this moment, and how will the extension of this state of emergency, that is a suspension of every citizen's rights, constitutional rights, or enshrined rights, or freedom of movement, or right to bail, applications for bail, or rights to applications for habeas corpus, that we are suspending those for the next 3 months. The regulation set up, as per the constitutional requirement, a tribunal appointed by the Honorable Chief Justice, a tribunal to protect and to ensure due process for those who are detained under the state of emergency regulations, detained and taken to detention centers, to make their case to a 3-panel tribunal. I saw the names of those who now form that panel. And then I saw the name of one individual, I believe it's a Mr. Kent Samlal. And then shortly thereafter, I saw a decision from the High Court last week during the same state of emergency, questioning and finding guilty of misfeasance in office, breach of fiduciary duties.
We need to quote it correctly. There was no cause of action for misfeasance in public office. So I'm not going to stop you from referring to the judgment. But if you're going to refer to the judgment, for the sake of the accuracy of the public record, I think you need to cite the cause of action properly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know Mr. Speaker has some understanding of the matter. Breach of Section 99 of the Companies Act, breach of your fiduciary duty as a company director. So that was what was found in the matter of live sport. A matter where persons lost lives, live sport. So these are the things that have us a little uneasy as we go forward with an extension for 3 months. I would hope that that matter can be easily rectified. Thanks. As we go on, Mr. Speaker, and we look at the regulations, we must marry it. Look at it. Regulation 19, Mr. Speaker. And this is the regulation where a member of the Defense Force gets the powers of the police service under the state of emergency, in effect, for lay people's terms and understanding. You look above that, Regulation 18, the person driving or in control of any vehicle in motion on a road shall stop that vehicle on being required to do so by a police officer in uniform. I thought that was already the law. So again, in the same criticisms that we've heard in this very chamber before, where was the consideration in the drafting of these regulations that we now know by looking at it had to be a complete cut and paste? But we make no criticism of that here today because we're dealing with serious business. The business with the suspension of our rights. So, respectfully, another proposition I make is states of emergency, Mr. Speaker, as you would be aware, practitioner of constitutional law, are always or should always be temporary measures and should be only utilized and as absolute last resort. Temporary measures. I'm putting the population, cautioning here today. The Constitution allows first 3-month extension with a simple majority. It allows us to come back if the government deems it necessary on another motion at the expiry of 3 months for a second extension of 3 months on simple majority. But it says thereafter, you can only extend a state of emergency with a special majority. And I have to say, in the 3 months of this Parliament, today marks 3 months, we have seen the use of special majority. So the population, please be put on notice today. Please be put on notice today that a state of emergency should always only be a temporary measure to deal with something that is in exceptional circumstances. And interestingly, in Jamaica, they have been utilizing rolling states of emergency to deal with the same issue of crime. And the OAS, Mr. Speaker, through the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, and I'm quoting from them, the September 5th, 2024, the IACHR expresses concern over Jamaica's continued use of states of emergency. And this is very relevant to us as a marker here today, because it cannot be a government's crime plan to embark upon the use of states of emergency. And this is what they say. The Inter-American Commission on Human Rights expresses concern over Jamaica's continued use of states of public emergencies, SOEs, and calls on the state to ensure that measures used to prevent and combat crime are implemented in accordance with international human rights standards. They go on to say, during an SOE, state of emergency, the government temporarily grants security forces additional powers, including warrantless searches, arrests, and detention. Exactly what we're dealing with here today. Thank you very much. They go on to say, and this is the OAS, the IACHR, the court and the commission have observed that to adopt such measures, states need to justify their reasonableness, necessity, and proportionality in the context of the emergency. So that's the test here today. The test for the extension is justify as reasonable, is necessary, and proportional in the context of the emergency. So if we're going to extend this for 3 months, how is it? Because up to now, we haven't seen the seizure of any rocket-propelled grenades. We haven't seen the seizure, unfortunately, and I hope it comes, of the serious assault weapons that we know exist in the hands of criminals and that the Attorney General referred to earlier. We need to see, these are going to be the test of the success of a state of emergency, the test of this state of emergency success. Population is going to come in. What has been seized? Because you're asking to suspend our constitutional rights. You're saying that you know and you've dealt with the criminal element inside. And interestingly, in today's Express newspaper, on page 38, kidnappings not random, Commissioner of Police, criminals leaked info, family gossip to gauge wealth. It says, and this is the Commissioner of Police it's referring to, today's Express. Although he said authorities have managed to dismantle the core of the criminal organization, Guevara noted that several smaller offshoots are still active and remain under investigation. He believes these remaining factions may be responsible. So the commissioner is saying we've disrupted and dismantled the core of the criminal organization. So if that has happened, why the need for the extension for 3 months? Why are we not hearing the use of the anti-gang law? So another test of the success of this state of emergency is going to be charges. Because you see, it's a temporary measure, so you disrupt. But let us see the charges utilizing the anti-gang legislation, because repeatedly here in this chamber this afternoon, as the justification for the calling of the state of emergency, we've heard of gang, and the word gang is used, and gangs coming together and coordinated attacks by more than one gang that before didn't talk to each other. Those are very, very serious allegations. We have no doubt, because we have no evidence to prove otherwise. But what we expect to see and what we need to hear this afternoon is how does this extension of the state of emergency deal? How does it fix? That's a word that is understood. How does it fix these ills? Because it's a temporary measure, or we hope that the state of emergency will be a temporary measure. Because it is very possible in the circumstances for there to be a rolling state of emergency by those on the other side. God forbid. So having not heard any level of detail for this extension, remarkably and coincidentally, I'm sure it's a coincidence, in yesterday's newspaper there came a barrage of reasons. So we see the serious allegation in the Sunday Express on the front page, Judge and DPP on prison hit list. And then on the page 4, shocking prison plot forced top cop to call for state of emergency, Judge and DPP on murder list. Very serious allegations. Those justify for sure. Well, not for sure. Those justify the calling of the state of emergency. But if you have disrupted what is going on in the prison, because that's what we've been told, what's the need for the extension? Are the persons on the outside that we were just told were collaborating or taking instructions from those on the inside of the prison? Have they been held? Have the weapons, have these serious and sophisticated explosives been found? How is the state of emergency going to help with that? Is it that they can just now go without their warrants and they're not any risk? Because we've seen the risk before of leaks from within the criminal justice system. Fine, but we need to see the results. We need to see the effects. We need to understand, Mr. Speaker, how this extension is going to deal with that. And as I say, the newspapers was littered all of a sudden with reasons for the calling. There was a very useful story on page 7 of the Sunday Express, where Professor Ramesh Diosaran and Mr. Garvin Hira laid out certain concerns that I think is worthwhile us in here and the population taking note of. Professor Diosaran said, he pointed to Guevaro's recent disclosure that an organized crime syndicate was plotting to wreak havoc in Trinidad and Tobago through assassinations, kidnappings, and robberies. Diosaran said the public expected the state of emergency would lead to the capture of the masterminds behind the alleged plot. That's something we join with on this side, because if you're going to have a state of emergency suspending everyone's rights and constitutional rights, we too expect that it would lead to the capture of the masterminds behind the alleged plot. He goes on to say, hopefully the 231 priority offenders so far arrested include the lead instigators of the syndicate plot, he said. Charging the targeted plotters, really terrorists, would bring strong justification for the controversial state of emergency and ease public skepticism. And that's what we're calling for. We expect to see charges. These are not my words. These are Professor Ramesh Diosaran's words. He says, charging the targeted plotters, really terrorists, would bring strong justification for the controversial state of emergency and ease public speculation. He goes on to say, the Osran said such warnings must now be matched with results. And we join with that. If you're going to extend the state of emergency for 3 months, and all it requires is a simple majority, so we on this side don't think for a moment that if the government intends to extend, they would not be able to extend. And we are not standing in the way. What we're asking for on behalf of those we represent is what are the reasons and how will the extension deal with perennial criminal activity, because nothing new has been declared here. It has come together, a perfect storm. But what has happened? Nothing new. And that is the justification that must be given to the country, Mr. Speaker. We on this side trust the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and the intelligence reports and the reasons that they gave, but that's for the calling of the state of emergency. And as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I want to just set out some concerns that the population and ourselves have. We've heard of numerous instances of criminality in the prison system, referring to reports, but we've also seen the Prison Officers Association response. Don't make them a scapegoat. We have concerns about the criminal justice system, as we've heard here today, the threat state, and how will a speeding up of that system take place, because these people are incarcerated on remand. We made all of the attempts in the 10 years, brought the legislation, sometimes without the support. That is another concern. There has been an uptick in killings by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service during the state emergency. We're not passing judgment on that, Mr. Speaker, as to whether they were justified or not. But it is a matter of concern. And I register at this stage a concern that we've seen now suddenly appear an attack on the Police Complaints Authority. Attack on the Police Complaints Authority. It is their job, the PCA's job, to investigate these instances. And that is an important fabric of a democratic society. We ask, where are the results? Have the criminal gang members been held? Have the serious arms been located? Where are the rocket launchers? The Commissioner of Police and I believe the Minister for Homeland Security said that the threat, the initial threat, had been neutralized or eliminated, as I just read the Commissioner of Police saying in today's Express. If that is so, where are we going now with the extension of the state of emergency? The detaining is the easy part, because the state of emergency and the regulations make it very easy to detain somebody. But what we're seeing now, especially as we've heard mentioned time and time again, is gang-related. The charges. We look forward as citizens to the charges. So, Mr. Speaker, these are some of the things. And also, I repeat that a state of emergency should be a temporary measure. What happens after? Because it cannot be that we're keeping prisoners detained at Defense Force bases. As a temporary measure, I understand it, having served as a former Minister of National Security and also chairing the National Security Council as Prime Minister. But it must be a temporary measure. What happens next? We are not hearing a single word as to what happens next. It's not ideal. This is not something that should be encouraged, Mr. Speaker. No serious citizen believes that a state of emergency is going to fix crime. So today, I conclude by saying respectfully, Mr. Speaker, we should never normalize the callings of states of emergency. That is something that is very, very dangerous. As I said, after 9 years, we resisted on many occasions the calling of states of emergency. If one looks at open source, you would see the then leader of the opposition, now Prime Minister, on many occasions calling for it. But a state of emergency is something of last resort. because there are enough laws on the books to deal with crime. So it really has to be exceptional circumstances that we've heard here today and over the last 10 days. But it must be a temporary measure. The government must take the lead in taking responsibility for the state of emergency. Stop throwing the poor commissioner of police in front of it. It was your decision to call a state of emergency. I'm sure the government will join us that they don't want, and they will seek to ensure there's no abuse of powers under the state of emergency. We will continue to trust the Commissioner of Police, the Chief of Defense Staff, and Intelligence in what they bring to the table. But we look forward, Mr. Speaker, to seeing tangible results, especially charges being laid under the anti-gang legislation. And I end by saying a state of emergency must not be the government's crime plan. Thank you.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was really very painful to listen to my learned colleague on the other side, member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West. This is a person who boastfully says, I chaired the National Security Council, so I know what it's like, I know what it's about. And he did that like for one day, because he was Prime Minister one day, and by the next day, the election was called. So it was painful to hear him standing there lecturing us of what we should do and should not do and how to do. You were there for 9 years, almost 10 years, and the crime escalated, a decade of murders, rampant crime in this country. And you were Minister of National Security, so I find it very difficult to take any advice from the member for Port of Spain South. And then he speaks, Honourable Attorney, Port of Spain, well, both of you, but I'll ease up south, okay? He is yet to speak in this chamber. I'll give him a blind. So the member for Port of Spain North tells us, where is the justification for extending? Somebody text me and said, like stick breaking somebody's ears. Because the Honourable Attorney General spoke in this chamber on this motion and gave the justification, gave the reasons why we were seeking to extend this particular state of emergency. But again, I can see where my friend is coming from, because he says a state of emergency is a last resort. That's the last thing you do. So they didn't do it. For 9 years they didn't do it, and just before an election, they called a state of emergency. The state of emergency was still in effect on the date when that person from Port of Spain North was sworn in as a Prime Minister. Still in effect. The date named for the election, the state of emergency ended April 13th. The election was called on 18th March. The member said, last resort, there's nothing after a state of emergency, and he's right. That's how he sees it, the member sees it. Nothing after a state of emergency. What did they do? They called a state of emergency. Shameless. Nothing after that. So what did you throw up your hands in the air and call election? That's what you did. And during a state of emergency, Mr. Speaker, members speaking about the Commissioner of Police and so on, and I'll come back to that point. During that state of emergency, who did they lock up? They lock up the Commissioner of Police. Yes. The then Commissioner of Police was Earl Christopher. They locked up, instead of locking up criminals, they lock up the Commissioner of Police in the middle of a state of emergency. In the middle of a state of emergency. And then the member talked about the member for Barataria Sanwa dealing with regulations and at length. You know what you did on that side? When you call your state of emergency, you trespassed upon the office of the DPP. You gave yourselves powers that only the DPP constitution would have. That is what the member for Barataria Sanwa was at pains to point out. And I want us never to ever forget, never ever forget. It was under that member of parliament and those on the other side being in government, Minister of National Security, Portishead North, was under them. They came up with an idea, and so the members should be very aware what was happening in those prisons. Then, as Minister of National Security, member of Portishead North, what did he do? He took all the main kingpins and he put them in a building called Building 13. Building 13 in the maximum security prison. And what the Honorable AG shared with us earlier was happening is that all these kingpins coordinated, became a syndicate when you place them in that maximum security prison, Building 13. The member for Chingapuna will share with us what was happening in Building 13 when you thought you put all these kingpins, all these dangerous, put them to watch 65-inch TV. If we believe or remember there, Minister Sturge, in that Building 13. So they put them there and all the security things in the Building 13, they rip out everything. Remember what Tunaba told me that? There's nothing is said there now. They ripped out, the criminals ripped out everything in the Building 13, that the building was no longer maximum security building.
Who was in charge?
And then the member for Portishead North, who talk and run, as they say. But I'm not done with him yet. It was under your watch. 5,000 persons were killed when they were in government, over 5,000. No state of emergency. Why did you call it then in your last month? Why did you wait till then? I had repeatedly asked for state of emergency because I knew what the member for Rima, when she spoke earlier, admitted, that when we had called the 2011 state of emergency, the crime went down. The member admitted that. The member for Rima further admitted that when that government, then in office, called the 2024 SOE, the crime went down. So they're very much aware that this is what happens. But then you did not put the safeguards. When we stood here to talk about your state of emergency, you did not put the safeguards in place. There were no safeguards. So what we've done, we see this SOE not as something to end crime, and I'll talk about that, some of the crime fighting strategies we have devised together with the National Security Council and the Commissioner of Police. We resorted to this state of emergency, not as just an attack on crime, Mr. Speaker. We call the state of emergency and make it very clear. Attorney General and I, up to midnight on the 17th, Thursday the 17th of this month of July, we had a cabinet meeting. That meeting ended during the day, evening time. We then sat as members of the National Security Council. The Commissioner of Prisons advised, Commissioner of Police advised us of what the AG has shared with us, of what was happening, about this syndicate of like a criminal enterprise and their threats to national security and to specified officials in our government. When I say government, the other arm of government, that is the judiciary, DPP, and other arms operating against the police and so on. And he shared that brief with us, some of which has found its way in the newspapers. So we do, most of what was written in the paper is factual. Most of it's there. Those reports yesterday, those are facts of the situation. And after he shared that in the National Security Council, up to midnight on the 17th of July, we were still at the Diplomatic Center, together with the Commissioner of Police. And we decided, we took the decision. It was not the Commissioner advised, but I take full responsibility as the Prime Minister of this country. I advised the Attorney General, we both spoke, to do the legalese necessary and send it to Her Excellency the President to have the proclamation signed. We were on that phone. After I left the center, I think we got home. I got home about 1 or 1:30 a.m. on the 18th. Thereafter, we were on that phone throughout that night. The Minister of Homeland Security, the Honorable Attorney General, and myself, until the Commissioner of Police made the declaration. We were still awake. We were still conferring we were still waiting for certain things to happen because that proclamation took effect at midnight on the 17th. Sorry, the 18th, midnight, well, 17th into 18th, yes. And therefore, the commissioner put his troops together with the defense force, together with the prisons officers, certain things had to happen. They had to extract people from the maximum security prison. I will call no names at the moment, Mr. Speaker. They were extracted and put into another location where they could be on lockdown, as it were. Because what was happening in that prison, based on the reports we received, was absolutely astonishing and frightening. And all of that arose because that member for Port of Spain North had placed all these gang leaders, all these top criminals in one room thing, building thing, all of them. And so they were conspiring, colluding together, coming together, as I say, a criminal enterprise from in the prison and then working with those outside the prison. Now, the member of Port of Spain North talked about don't scapegoat the prison officers. Well, I would like to say, if I had to choose a scapegoat, it would be that minister and his government for the past 9 years. 9 years. You allowed this to fester. Allowed this to fester for 9 years. So we call this state of emergency, as I said, not to treat with crime per se. It was prompted by the threat posed to the state by actors in prisons, and they were threatening our national security in this country. That's what the AG reminded us. This was not the plan to fight crime. And again, it is hypocrisy to stand here and shout from the rooftops to talk about where's the plan, where's the plan, where's the plan. You for 9 years had no plan, none whatsoever, no crime plan whatsoever. But I will share with you some of the strategies we have already put in place and others that we will be coming on stream. So I thank you again, Mr. Speaker, as I contribute on this motion. I say this targeted state of emergency proclaimed July 18th. It is not bluster. It is not theater. It's the fulfillment of the promise we made when 3 months ago the people of TNT returned us to office with an overwhelming mandate to make our nation safer by action and not just by empty noise. We intend to keep that promise. This is but one piece of the plan that as we go forward to make our country safer. We plan to serve, we plan to protect firmly, Mr. Speaker, lawfully, decisively. No shortcuts, no politics, only duty. That is what we will do. So when it is that a violent minority throttles the freedoms of law-abiding citizens, we cannot hesitate. If we hesitate, we'll be abdicating our responsibility. The first duty of a government is to protect and serve its people. Because if you're dead, then you can't get good health care, you can't get roads, you can't get drains, you can't get all the goodies that people ask all the time for. Because first thing is you must be alive. And that is our first duty, to protect the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And I want to compliment today the members of the TTPS, the Commissioner of Police and his staff. I want to commend the CDS, Defense Force, the prison officers. As in everything else, there may be a few bad eggs, but I told you all once before, give us the hammer and we'll nail down the criminals. We'll nail down the bad eggs. We will nail them down and up, Mr. Speaker, but that is my first duty as your Prime Minister. Every other matter can be outsourced. In fact, the constitutional law is very clear that you cannot outsource keeping people safe. You can have, yes, we have private security firms and so on, but the first duty of any government is protection of its citizens. And we are committed to doing that. So when those on the opposite side, the last 3 years, we saw the highest murder rates in this country come to ask me today about where's your crime plan. The highest murder rates, 2022, 624, sorry, 2022, 605. 2024, 624. Whenever history tells us every single time the murder rate has crossed 500, it has been when those on the other side were in government. Every single time it's back. So let us make sure there's no panic, there's only clarity, no division, unity of purpose, no cynicism, only constitutional resolve. So we have taken some steps, and they're up and down crying, and people suffering, and people starving, and they can't buy books, and they can't buy clothes, and wow. I want to talk a little bit about CPEP and URP, because I'll tell you why. The Commissioner in his statement, and in his intelligence talked about the state-funded programs and for criminals, they're funding criminals. So a significant part of our anti-crime plan has been removing the state, we're taking the steps from the process of funding criminal activity. It has been an open secret for decades under those on that side. The enormous rise in crime in the 2000s saw us move from 93 murders for the whole of 1999, 93, and then we got to 550 murders in 2008, and then it kept growing and growing to the 600s that I've just shared with you. There was a deadly explosion of more than 5 times the number of persons murdered per year in just 9 years. During those years, our country descended into becoming one of the most murderous countries on earth. We were on the top numbers, not for good things, but for murders. The massive spike in crime, kidnapping, did not happen because of poverty. That's not why it happened. It occurred, those years were the years of the oil boom, oil and gas boom, so there was plenty of money in the country. But that was a period when those on the other side established something called CPEP. And they worked with gang leaders. They referred to them as community leaders. You all remember that? Yes. They were community leaders. The gang leaders were called community leaders. Hundreds of millions of unaccounted for dollars were funneled into that program. That was when a notorious gang leader, you all will remember, please remember, in 2002 to 3, was appointed as URP National Advisor. Under their watch. Many academics, international journalists, and brave local journalists have extensively written about the link between state funding contracts and gang activity. As soon as we entered in office in 2025 this year, Mr. Speaker, my government went about the process of auditing, investigating, and dismantling these criminal networks with the gang leaders. CPEP had become a runaway horse, funding criminal activity under that administration. The program lost its moorings and became a financial burden on the state. Ghost employees, contractors aligned with active politicians, contractors tied to organized crime, politicians serving as directors of companies, collecting state funds. The program has been used to fund political activities through contractors and to feed organized crime elements, Mr. Speaker. And so the CPEP, the chickens today have come home to roost, because now there are claims by a CEO of CPEP, and he's on affidavit, that active politicians who were once in this position pressured, once we were in government, pressured CPEP to sign off on $1.4 billion expenditure 3 days before the election to sign up, tie the government to pay $1.4 billion in extended contracts to these CPEP contractors. And what happens with this? It continues to contribute to turf war, fighting, gang warfare, culture of ghosts at taxpayers' expense. So when they're all over, people crying and crying, and they can't get food and they can't get anything. And then there are those who are telling me, if we shut these programs down, we will lose the election. Well, let me remind you, they extended everybody's contract in CPEP and URP and all those make-work programs. So what happened? They lost the election. Yes, yes, Number 7. deadline just a few days before the election. In all those make-work programs, state-funded programs. And then it's not true when you say they're starving because those workers are still being paid. They're still being paid as we speak. And if they're not being paid, then it's the contractors at the top who are keeping the monies that are given to these contractors to pay to the real workers. So the URP program has a more extensive history than CPEP. Created in the 1990s, succeeded in something called DUDE and LID in those days, make-work programs, again under their watch. Notorious in the popular mind for their inefficiency, corruption, sexual abuse, and political patronage. Then came the CPEP program. So there's been a lot written about this, and it is astonishing, mind-boggling, of reports we are getting from all these make-work programs. So we are auditing them, Mr. Speaker. We are looking to see how we can help the most vulnerable in our society. We will not abandon them. That is part of our duty too. And to say that this will feed the gangs, will feed crime. So how many murders last year? 603. And you had CPEP, and you had URP, and you had all those programs. And still the murder rate went up. So that's under the PNM. That is under their governance. Mr. Speaker, we acted. There was a constitutional trigger. We pulled that trigger because there was an imminent threat to national security. So, as I said, Tuesday, July 17, cabinet meeting, thereafter national security meeting, we got the intelligence reports and we acted on it. We did not hesitate. We did not hesitate. So I want to make it very clear. When they speak of the Commissioner of Police and say the Commissioner of Police is not the one to announce the state of emergency, and he's not the one. We took the decision. I can bravely say I took that decision. Even what the Commissioner told us, based on the imminent threat, we took that decision. We did not hesitate. We did not hesitate. So why are you calling up the poor Commissioner name? That he should not be the one in the morning to make this statement. He gave the first statement after certain things had been done. Because after midnight, a lot of mobilization had to take place, a lot of things had to happen, and we could not have the risk that something happened before we acted, that we were out there out front before certain actions were taken to secure and make safer this land of ours. So that is what happened between midnight and 8 or 9 the next morning. So we have a targeted state of emergency, and we say no curfew. At the moment, that is the advice we have, and we are acting on it. It is not necessary for the curfew. So people can continue with their lives. The member spoke about constraints on your constitutional rights to freedom and whatever. Last night I went to the Emancipation Village, and I was very pleased to see so many people there, that your normal life is not disrupted. With the curfew, you don't have a balance. You will not be able to go to church in the evenings, for example, if you have a curfew time. You will not be able to go, as I say, Emancipation Village this week. And let me congratulate the Minister of Culture, working with the Emancipation Support Committee for great showing. And I will take this opportunity, I know, just to express happy Emancipation greetings to everyone. So we were there, and we say curfew will shut down most of the rights and privileges that you have. What this SOE gives us, however, it gives to the police, the TTPS and other law enforcement officers some stronger tools to be able to deal with the criminals in our land. So the choice was very clear. We had to move before more blood was spilled, and we chose prevention, and we declared it. Now, what is this state of emergency is, and what it is not? It is short, sharp constitutional tool. It is a precision surge to sever prison to street command lines. It is a focused operation with clearly defined objectives. It is rights respecting. Normal life continues, as I said before, for the law-abiding. It is not a blanket, as I said, no curfew. It is not a license for harassment or abuse. And the question people are asking, well, when and how will this SOE end? How and when it ends? The regulations shall have effect during the period of the public emergency, no longer. The SOE lapses or ends early. Once, on the advice of the Commissioner of Police, we will act. accordingly based on further reports. We get daily reports from the TTPS. So, we neutralize or lock down key command targets. We break prison-to-street communication. The illegal devices taper off, so we see these things are happening. We hit agreed gun and dirty money seizure benchmarks. I think Minister of Homeland Security has some of those statistics that Minister may share with you. We identify and act against colluding insiders, and if the threat persists and an extension is truly necessary, we will return to the House. But if on the metrics that we get, the matters that we are concerned with taper off, then we will not keep the state of emergency going. I want to share with you now some of the plans. The Commissioner, when the Commissioner came into office fairly recently, I think it's the first time in years you have a Commissioner who was not politically manipulated to be there. He acted in accordance with the law. Okay, yeah. First time. We didn't go and pull any merit list from anybody at President's house. We didn't lock up a commissioner of police. Differently, we followed the law, top of the merit list. We went with that person as the commissioner of police. And when that commissioner came into office, he shared with us some of his a very strategic vision document. He shared that with the Minister of Homeland Security, and that was shared with us in the cabinet, because many of the things proposed to be done will have to get governmental approval, of course, and the resources. So I will just give some of the headings. There are some parts that it will not be appropriate to talk about in terms of a crime plan or anti-crime plan, as the case may be. So there will be things such as operational efficiency and leadership development. There will be an internal audit and organizational assessment undertaken to conduct a comprehensive internal audit to identify operational challenges, manpower constraints, resource distribution inefficiencies, and organizational culture gaps. Of course, the convening of leadership meetings with divisional commanders to evaluate crime trends, enforcement effectiveness, and regional policing concerns. And of course, the alignment of the TTPS strategic objectives with governance vision through collaboration with the National Security Council. Also, leadership training and professional development, structural and policy reform initiatives. I will not give all the details of this, time will not permit, but we do have a strategic plan as put forward by the Commissioner. Accountability and monitoring mechanisms, community engagement and police legitimacy. We will restore the community comfort patrols again. We'll expand community-based policing strategies, institutionalize public safety advisory and educational programs, strategic transparency and monitoring mechanisms, and some crime reduction strategies, strengthen investigative units with advanced forensic tools and surveillance capabilities, implement rapid response strike teams focused on high-priority criminal offenses, including firearms, trafficking, kidnappings, and gang violence, expand divisional crime analysis units to proactively map crime trends and guide enforcement strategies. Of course, there will also be a legislative agenda, and right now we are very much engaged in throughout the country in having what we refer to as stand your ground legislation that we want to bring to the Parliament when we reconvene in September, so that those consultations are taking place. And if I may, to the Honourable Member for Arima, I saw one of your members complaining that they have not got a copy of the proposed legislation. But I was advised by my Minister of Justice that a copy had been sent to the Honourable Member for Arima, so perhaps you may want to share it with your colleagues. So legislative, that's just one. There are several others that we have spoken about before. So we'll have the legislative agenda as well. Electronic monitoring of offenders, judicial cooperation framework, advocate for legal reforms that streamline prosecution processes and enhance judicial efficiency in handling repeat offenders. Intelligence-led crime prevention, again, several things under this heading. Contingency planning for high-risk crime trends. Technology and intelligence integration. Multi-agency intelligence collaboration. Cybersecurity and digital crime investigation. Technology integration, monitoring and adaptation. Strategic resource allocation and organizational optimization. Manpower expansion, we have already begun that. We started with the absorption of the 800 SRPs to make up more numbers in the force. And before that, for the fire services, we had absorbed some SRPs in the fire. Auxiliary fire officers have been incorporated. So resource allocation, we're going into budget when we return. Minister of Finance and Minister of Planning are both engaged with that, with the various ministries. And it is our intention to see how best we can resource the Ministry of National Security, the TTPS, the Defense Force, and the prisons to give them the resources that they need to be able to combat and fight the crime in our country. A lot of the CCTV cameras, Mr. Speaker, they're not working. Yes?
Unless you wish to avail yourself of the 15 minutes.
Thank you, yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Yes. So whilst we may have these CCTV cameras all over, many of them, they're not working. And if they are working, they cannot even read a number plate. They can't read the numbers. So I know Minister Munilal in the last session of Parliament spent a lot of time asking the Minister for then Minister Hines and Minister for Port of Spain North about these CCTV cameras, and you could never get a clear answer. We're not sure what's happening. This one time it was said it was 2 years and they were waiting to get them. Did they order them? Did they not order them? Those cameras were like ghosts as well. And all the ghost gangs, they had ghost cameras. So we have to gain. Another, what we want to do is we want to place the NOC, the National Operations Center. You know, it was under my watch we established that, and I must thank Captain Gary Griffith, who was then with us. Yes. We established the National Operations Center. My plan is for us to put that NOC under the command of the TTPS. What is happening with it now, you have all these nice big screens all up on a wall, all around you. You can see the whole country with cameras that are working. Sorry? 6.5 inch. But they're working cameras. But then the persons out there are not equipped or staffed to use what you're seeing. So the officers who are there don't have that collaboration as they should have with the TTPS. But if it were the TTPS and you spot something is happening, you get the intel in the NOC, something is happening, you can deploy right away back to headquarters. You can send police officers outside. This is what I discovered. I come into office, the NOC is now manned by SSA officers, and they just sit and look at it because they don't have a cadre. They don't have troops that they can deploy to go out and deal with something that they pick up or see on the screen. So that is something we are working on. We will review that as well, that NOC. We will do a tactical firearms allocation and readiness. We have to look at overtime optimization, overtime management, and budget optimization. Oh, I skipped URP, okay. My colleagues reminded me, in addition to the ghosts in the CPAP, you have the ghosts in the URP, and they're also used for funding criminal enterprises. Talking about border security, tactical intelligence operations, monitoring and accountability frameworks, contingency planning, and adaptive strategies. This strategic master plan, as I say, was presented by the Commissioner of Police. There are far more details that I would not want to disclose at this time, but of course we'll be rolling out some of these strategies in the coming days, weeks, and months. It provides a comprehensive, structured, and adaptable roadmap for TTPS to achieve operational excellence, crime reduction, enhance public trust, and resource organization. Through strategic alignment across leadership development, community engagement, crime suppression, technology integration, and resource allocation, the plan establishes a modernized, intelligence-driven policing framework capable of addressing evolving security challenges. The intention is to incorporate data-driven enforcement, multi-agency collaboration, legislative advocacy, and transparency initiatives. Thereby, the TTPS can strengthen police legitimacy, enhance investigative efficiency, and foster stronger community relations. The plan emphasizes measurable outcomes, ensuring crime suppression efforts are systematic, sustainable, and adaptable to future security dynamics. These are just some of the small points when we come to deal with how we plan to address crime. So this SOE was not to deal with the crime throughout the whole length and breadth of the land. It came about because of a real threat to public security in Trinidad and Tobago. And yes, unfortunately, Port of Spain North disappeared again. Port of Spain North, he says, SOE is the last resort. There's nothing left. I want to give you the assurance that after this SOE, there will be everything left in place in Trinidad and Tobago. Everything will still be here. So we must use it as best as we can. We have to use it as best as we can. Some of the things that we are doing now are already rolled out. You would have seen tactical support and K9 teams at the airport. I have to thank our ministers. The proposal was to absorb the SRPs. It's gone beyond proposal stage. We've already absorbed 800 of them. The proposal was for the NOC to be brought under the management of the Commissioner of Police. That will be happening very shortly. The proposal for the purchase and deployment of several CONEX mobile units for the TTPS, which will be able we can deploy these CONEX mobile units at various high traffic areas, and they will be manned by TTPS. If you're not sure what the CONEX is, it's a mobile unit that you can stack one on top of the other, and you're small. You can have it manned by TTPS, and we place them strategically throughout the length and breadth of the land. So we are working on that proposal now. More visibility. We also have intelligence has provided us with some links with respect to the state prosecutor who was murdered using the intelligence. State prosecutor Randall Hector, that's his name, which occurred, and condolences to his family, December 31, in the midst of an SOE called by them. He was murdered. State prosecutor. Intel also is helping us deal with firearm and ammunition found at the maximum security prison in Aruca in April of 2025. We also unearthed from intelligence again targeted assassinations against, as mentioned by the AG, Judiciary, DPP's office, TTPS, and the prison service. So we do have several things in train for a plan. More will be said by the Commissioner himself because this was part of the plan. We have our own plans to work with him. And as I close, I want to commend to this Honourable House. Let us give full support to the extension of this state of emergency. And to citizens everywhere, be safe, stay calm. I ask you, here's what I can say to our citizens, stay calm, panic feeds the gangs. If you see something, say something early. One tip can stop a kidnapping or could stop a hit. Resist rumors, false noise, drums, real clues. Engage in the coming public consultations on crime law reform. Stand your ground rules, home invasion penalties, witness protection. We will be having those. Put a hand on a youth, if you can. Coach, mentor, teach. Every youth steered right is one less recruit for the gangs. Support community programs in sport, culture, skills. Choke off the pipelines before anything starts. If criminals manage to scare police, prosecutors, prison officers, or judges, the justice system shows cases stall and witnesses go silent. We cannot let that happen. We must not let that happen. For years, I've been calling for reform of the witness protection program. That is a piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, you may be well familiar with it. We really need to modernize that, reform that piece of legislation so that witnesses can come to court and have matters dealt with. We are looking through the Minister of Justice for a more expeditious justice system, so we have reforms in that regard. And you will notice in my government we have many who are involved in law reform, involved dealing with justice. We have the Honourable Attorney General, Minister of Justice, Minister of Homeland Security, Minister of Defence, and a Minister of Legal Affairs. 5 persons in that area, 5 ministers. Because there's so much that needs to be done then with law and justice, whether it is civil justice or criminal justice. So to the men and women in uniform, I say to them, power without discipline is abuse. Discipline without power is paralysis. Exercise both, men and women in our uniforms, within the law, under scrutiny, and with respect. To all the citizens of our great nation, I say live your lives, stay calm, cooperate with law enforcement, report abuse when you see it. Freedom and fair are at war. And freedom will prevail if we stand together. So may God grant us wisdom, may God steady our hands, and may God bless Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you very much.
Members, it's 4:32 on the time fixed by the standing orders for the tea breakers here. So can I, with the concurrence of all the members, suggest we come back at 5:20? It will take us 5:18 to 5:20, subject to agreement. So this sitting is now suspended until 5:20. Thank you very much. Member Faruqa Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me. Mr. Speaker, I did not plan to enter the debate this early, but having listened to the Honorable Prime Minister and in her contribution, I thought it is very important that I should enter the debate and to give my views on some of the things and the statements made. I also listened intently to the Honorable Attorney General as he presented the motion for the extension of this state of emergency. I listened carefully, and having regard to the fact, Mr. Speaker, that the first item on the agenda, which is the statement of the President, that we have to be very careful that we do not repeat some of the issues that were raised and debated in the first motion. That the second motion essentially deals with the extension of the state of emergency in Trinidad and Tobago. I just want to remind you, Mr. Speaker, and the general population, that this state of emergency was called to treat with some very serious issues of national security in Trinidad and Tobago that should concern all of us as law-abiding citizens of this country. I say so, Mr. Speaker, because I served briefly as Minister of National Security, and before that, I was privileged to be a member of the National Security Council for over 4 years. The National Security Council, as the Honorable Attorney General and Prime Minister will tell you, it's a place where very sensitive information of national security are shared and discussed and must be kept very confidential, because it deals with matters of state security that, if not treated in a particular way, can undermine the stability of our democracy and our country. And that being said, Mr. Speaker, I want to place on record and this Parliament the PNM's commendation and respect for all law enforcement officials in Trinidad and Tobago who work tirelessly, 24/7 around the clock, to ensure our security as a nation. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, when your Commissioner of Police, who would have served and spent most of his time in an intelligence-led department, the Special Branch, can come to the National Security Council with intelligence information, and as stated in the proclamation or the statement by Her Excellency, and please allow me, Mr. Speaker, to quote in the context of what I am about to say. Cabinet further informed that the police have reported that a large group of individuals is now motivated to take action against the state at the very time that certain criminal and civil cases involving some of these individuals are ongoing, and that the Attorney General has advised that as a result of the above, conditions exist for threats to the public safety on an extensive scale. It continues. Cabinet informed that the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service Intelligence has informed the Minister of National Security, whom I understand to be the Minister of Homeland Security, who has in turn informed the National Security Council that the criminal gangs in the islands of Trinidad and possibly Tobago are likely to increase acts of violence on a scale so extensive that it threatens persons and will endanger public safety. Persons already incarcerated are actively engaged in coordinated acts of violence that target the state and state actors. These are very serious revelations, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, we as parliamentarians and legislators must support law enforcement, must support the police, must support members of the Defense Force and the national security agencies to give them the power, even if it means suspension of our constitutional rights, to give them the power to bring an end to this threat as far as possible so that we can have stability in this country. That is our responsibility. And therefore, we in the PNM, as indicated by the Leader of the Opposition, as well as the Member of Parliament for St. Anne's, Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, I am saying here today that we stand on the side of national security to preserve the democracy of Trinidad and Tobago. That is our responsibility. But today, Mr. Speaker, on this second motion is a motion to extend the state of emergency. And therefore, it is the obligation of the government, it is the obligation of the Honorable Attorney General and all speakers in this debate on the side of the government to state its case and to make the necessary justification for the extension of the state of emergency. Because as I've just read in this statement, Mr. Speaker, the only reason why we would want to exist, or rather extend this state of emergency, is because if these threats continue to exist, and if they do, without going into details, the population must take into confidence the government in its wish to extend this state of emergency. Are the threats to members of the DPP and members of the judiciary and members of national security exist today? Because, Mr. Speaker, when the Commissioner of Police gave his initial press conference on this matter, he was asked by members of the media whether this state of emergency was called to deal with the crime situation in the country, and whether it is the same circumstances that exist when the state of emergency was called last year, December, right after Christmas. And the Commissioner of Police was very clear in his explanation. And he said, Mr. Speaker, and allow me to paraphrase what he said, that this state of emergency that was called by this government is distinct, it is different, the circumstances are different from what exists in December last year that gave rise to the calling of a state of emergency, which was called for by the same law enforcement officials. Because I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I was a member of the National Security Council. And it is the same police officers and leaders of national security came to the National Security Council, the Prime Minister, the Honorable Minister of National Security. And in order to avert a clear and present danger and a threat to public safety, they called for a state of emergency. And the government, doing what it must do to protect the population, declared a state of emergency. On this occasion, the Commissioner of Police said it was different because the threat was confined to persons and actors in the prison service, working and in cahoots with persons in the national community, and the threat was directed to key persons in the judiciary, in the DPP's department, and in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. And that was the basis for the calling of this state of emergency, to ensure that law enforcement is equipped with the appropriate powers to neutralize this present threat. It's now days after, Mr. Speaker, and the government is now coming to Parliament and asking us, as legislators, to extend this state of emergency. But in order to extend this state of emergency, and as we are prepared to support this government in the extension of this state of emergency, we must be told, and the population must be told, whether this threat, as laid out in Her Excellency's statement, continue to exist. And if the threat continues to exist, then we as legislators are duty-bound to ensure that the police and all law enforcement agencies are given the power to neutralize this threat. The Honorable Attorney General, in leading his motion, up to now has not said anything with respect to what has transpired within the last couple of days since the declaration of the state of emergency, whether or not it was successful, whether they continue to do work, and based on where they are at this point in time, we need to extend the state of emergency so that this threat is eliminated and eradicated in Trinidad and Tobago, so that we can have a country and we can have stability in this country. The Honorable Prime Minister stood up and she spoke as well, and again failed to regale this Parliament of facts and information that are necessary so that the population can be comforted that this threat that can undermine the stability of the country is neutralized. And we are hoping, Mr. Speaker, that before we leave this Parliament today, that the opposition, and by extension, the national community, is provided with the appropriate information with respect to the circumstances that led to the calling of this state of emergency in Trinidad and Tobago and the suspension of rights. Mr. Speaker, key government spokespersons have been talking on this matter since the declaration of a state of emergency in Trinidad and Tobago. One spokesperson, who is, I assume, is a member of the National Security Council, in giving an interview on a morning program, said that the state of emergency was a success because this threat was averted. Paraphrasing. He said it was a success. As a matter of fact, the Honorable Attorney General, in his first press conference on this matter, was asked a similar question. And he said this threat, well, the mere fact that I'm here talking to you already shows that it has been a success. Because the building was not blown up. So the mere fact that I'm talking to you here today, it is a success. This is the Attorney General speaking to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And then, on another occasion, the minister, Mr. Speaker, why do you disturb me? Can I have your protection, Mr. Speaker?
Matter of fact, I am somewhat shocked and surprised that you would seek my protection when you're fully capable of handling yourself. Carry on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Is he again, Mr. Speaker? The standing order requires that members sit silently.
I want to remind you of that. Careful when you invoke the standing orders, because it may very well come back to haunt you. As I've said to Diego Martin Central, it is a bit rich to complain and then offend yourself. So let's carry on.
Mr. Speaker, I am not complaining. I'm certainly not complaining, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I am quite capable of defending myself from Caroni Central. Quite capable. But Mr. Speaker, let's hear. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a key government spokesperson speaking to the country told the country that the state of emergency was a success because the threat was averted. And today, we are being told, and we are rather being asked, for our support to extend the state of emergency in Trinidad and Tobago for a threat which we were told were isolated, albeit a very serious threat. And therefore, the government has a serious responsibility to the country to explain to this country whether this threat, as detailed by Her Excellency, continues to exist in Trinidad and Tobago. Because if the threat continues in this country, then it is our responsibility to ensure that the state of emergency continues to exist so that we can have a country and our democracy can be preserved. Because we stand on the side of law. We stand on the side of law enforcement in this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier on this year, we, interestingly, were involved in a very similar debate for the extension of a state of emergency. Very similar debate. And allow me to quote a Hansard report dated the 13th of January 2025. And I'm saying it in the context of the point I am making. One, the Member of Parliament for Urupuch East, in his contribution, and this is what he said. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what is fascinating about this debate so far, is that both leading speakers from the government have come to ask Parliament, those of us on this side, and of course their colleagues, to support an extension, but have not given us a scorecard or a report. What is a scorecard? I'm now asking the government, on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and of course on behalf of my beautiful constituents of Aruca Lopino, what is the scorecard? Because you are asking us for our support to extend the state of emergency, and we are prepared to do it, but you have a solemn responsibility to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And of course, their colleagues to support an extension, but have not given us a scorecard or a report. What has happened in the last 14 days? What has happened in the last 14 days? Maybe a lot has happened. But tell us, because you are making a case for an extension, what has happened that you now tell us that we need 3 months more for more to happen? That, Mr. Speaker, those were the words in this debate spoken by the Member of Parliament for Urupuch East. And I am asking the government today, what is the report? Where is your report? Where is the scorecard? What is the justification for the extension of the state? Because it is your solemn responsibility to do it. Because you are talking about the suspension of rights to deal with an important issue that threatens to undermine the stability of Trinidad and Tobago. And up to now, we have heard from Superior, the Honourable Member of Parliament, and the Honourable Prime Minister. We have heard from the Attorney General, and not one speaker so far had the respect for this Parliament and the people of Trinidad and Tobago to give us the scorecard for the extension of a state of emergency that was called to protect the lives of people of the judiciary, to protect the lives of people in law enforcement and members of the DPP department. And if you can't have it both ways, you cannot tell the country one day it is a success because I'm here standing talking to you, the building is not blown up. And you cannot have it another way by telling the country when it is convenient to you that it has been a tremendous success because the threat has been neutralized, and today we are being asked for an extension. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, on this point, we stand on the side of law enforcement. We have a country to govern. We have people to serve. We have a democracy to preserve, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, the opposition is saying to the government, present your scorecard and present your report and account to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, I don't know a few words, I know that. Mr. Speaker, no few words. Mr. Speaker, the Commissioner of Police was asked whether any politician life was also a threat. And he said no. He said no politician life was a threat. But today, we heard in the Parliament, words spoken by the Honourable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, 55(1)B, please. This was already raised by the member of Port of Spain, North St. Dan's West, please.
I'm aware it was raised by the member for Port of Spain North, but I would expect that the member for Ruka Lupino would put a different complexion. I don't want to stop him outright, but I'm sure he is aware of the rule and he will comply.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to quote the Attorney General on this point. If we did not take certain actions by removing persons from MSP and take certain actions, many of us may not be here today. These were the words spoken by the Honourable Attorney General. Many of us. But the Commissioner of Police said that the lives of politicians were not a threat. And therefore, we must be told whether at some point in time, our lives, the lives of legislators, were placed at risk. Mr. Speaker, I want to make reference to some words spoken by the Honourable Prime Minister when she said that in the URP and CPEP we have gangs operating and being used to fund criminal activities. I just want to make one point on that, Mr. Speaker. Wherever you have criminals operating in Trinidad and Tobago, be it in CPEP, be it in URP, and be it in live sport, they must be uprooted. They must be uprooted. Because when the Prime Minister spoke a short while ago, I listened intently, Mr. Speaker, and she listed CPEP because perhaps it is a very convenient topic today for the Honourable Prime Minister. She spoke about URP. And I am saying if you have criminals operating there, root them out. Because it is our responsibility to do what we must do to clean up Trinidad and Tobago. But don't come here and select certain programs and pretend as though you don't know what happened in live sport because it was a member of the cabinet
I have allowed you a lot of leeway. You would agree with me, but live sport has nothing to do with this. The Prime Minister, hang on, before the exaggerated expressions of exasperation, the Prime Minister was very careful to root what she was saying with regard to CPEP and URP, with regard to the funding of criminal gangs as it exists today. Live sport was terminated in whatever the year is, but it's not relevant to today's debate. So just let's move on. It has nothing to do. I've given you a lot of leeway. You can make your point by being relevant.
Thank you very much for your guidance, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am making the point with respect to criminality in government programs. Criminality in government programs. The point that I'm making, Mr. Speaker, that wherever you have criminality in government program, be it CPEP, URP, or live sport, it must be uprooted. It must be uprooted. But you cannot select certain programs and pretend as though nothing else exists. As a matter of fact, we had a judgment not too long ago on the same live sport program. It's very relevant because if we don't treat with those matters, we will continue to have states of emergency in Trinidad and Tobago to deal with some of those issues. They must be treated from their root because you, the Honorable Member for Barataria San Juan, you said in a very similar debate that state of emergency is like putting a plaster on an open sore. The words, no, it's not paraphrase at all. The words, Mr. Speaker, please allow me to quote the Hansard report of the 13th of January 2025. The Honorable Member for San Juan or Barataria San Juan.
Whoa, you didn't paraphrase.
And I am quoting his words. Madam Speaker, this is a plaster. This is a plaster on an open wound, Madam Speaker. An open wound. State of emergency. And therefore, if it is a plaster on an open wound in January, Mr. Speaker, then it is a plaster on an open wound in July of this year. So the words, you see, Mr. Speaker, you see when you're in opposition, they spend 9 years in opposition to say all kinds of things. And you can talk anything. And when you're in government and you carry the burden of responsibility, the same words will come and will bite you. It will haunt you. Mr. Speaker, I will avail my 15 minutes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, during this debate, a very startling revelation was made, and I want to draw members' attention to this very startling revelation. Because as I told you, Mr. Speaker, as I told the country, I served on the National Security Council for over 4 years. And you all want to know what I know. You understand? About plenty things. Labra, behave yourself. Mr. Collateral Damage, behave yourself. not dealing with collateral damage here. This is serious business here. Serious business. But Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Leader of the Opposition made reference to a Sunday Express report with respect to certain activities that should trouble every right-thinking citizen in Trinidad and Tobago. I can't recall if it was the Attorney General, but the Prime Minister, in her contribution today, colleagues, confirmed that what the Commissioner of Police reported to the National Security Council in Trinidad and Tobago, confirmed, Mr. Speaker, was being reflected in this Sunday Express report. This should trouble every single one of us. When matters of national security, sensitive national security, is reported by your head of your law enforcement agency on serious issues that can bring this state to its knees and undermine this democracy, days after being reported in our national newspapers, then it means that there's a serious leak in the National Security Council in this government. And it should scandalize the people of this country. It should scandalize because the Honorable Prime Minister confirmed that what was reported in the Express was reported by the Commissioner of Police to the National Security Council in Trinidad and Tobago. Colleagues, we are in a state of emergency. And when in a state of emergency, sensitive matters are reported to a select group of officials, a subcommittee of the cabinet, and those matters find themselves in the public domain, then we are in a very difficult place in Trinidad and Tobago. Because the question must be asked today in this debate, Mr. Speaker, because we are asking for an extension of the state of emergency. Where that leak came from? Why matters of sensitive national security being reported not too long ago to the National Security Council can now find themselves openly in our newspapers? Trinidad and Tobago is in a very difficult place. And it requires men and women who have a sworn responsibility, being true to their oath of office, to discharge their duty without malice, without ill will, to do what must be done to preserve the democracy in Trinidad and Tobago. And I hope that the Attorney General can respect the people of Trinidad and Tobago and explain in the winding up of this debate why there was a leak in the National Security Council on matters reported to it by none other than the Commissioner of Police. Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General said that when the state of emergency was declared, some high-risk prisoners, or priority offenders as they call them, were removed and they were placed in certain, I guess, tables. But in making that point, the Prime Minister accused the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, for putting together the, Building 13, and accused the member that that same building 13 allowed prisoners and gang leaders to collaborate to execute their criminality on Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth, because the reason why they were moved to that building block 13 was to prevent that from happening, Mr. Speaker. And we heard of corruption and corrupt activities in the prisons. Mr. Speaker, as decision makers, as policy makers, we put things in place and we depend on employees, we depend on officials who operate the system to do what they must do so that the citizens of this country can be protected. But as the Honorable Prime Minister made the point, I am reliably informed, Mr. Speaker, that when those high priority offenders were removed from the maximum security prison in Aruca, where they are staying, I am reliably informed, Mr. Speaker, that where they are staying together in Tetron Barracks to do exactly what we hope that they are not doing. So the Prime Minister accused the Member of Parliament for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West for doing certain things which was not true. But clearly, the Honorable Prime Minister is not aware that in Tetron Barracks, where they have some of those high priority offenders, they are together doing exactly what she accused the Honorable Member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West from doing. Hypocrisy and political hypocrisy to the highest.
And therefore, Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 48-6.
Could please withdraw the references to hypocrisy.
Hypocrisy is unparliamentary, Mr. Speaker.
In the context in which you use it. You could find, listen, your language skills are such that you could find a different way to say it. I have every confidence in you that your appreciation of the English language is far more extensive than to allow you to resort to that kind of language.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, political black jacket and white jacket. So, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister also talked about we have a Commissioner of Police who is not, as she said, politically manipulated. Mr. Speaker, when this motion was presented in this Parliament, I stood to lead the government's bench to provide our support to the Commissioner of Police and the appointment of the Commissioner of Police. And the Honorable Prime Minister had the gall to stand here and say, we have a commissioner that is not politically manipulated. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Prime Minister apparently, it is not true. Mr. Speaker, when the Honorable Prime Minister, the Member of Parliament for Superior, served in the office of Prime Minister between 2010 to 2015, the Prime Minister probably forgot that it was under her government that Dwayne Gibbs, a duly appointed Commissioner of Police and a Deputy Commissioner of Police, was summarily dismissed under the government led by Superior. Fired off the spot. And I think that a claim was filed and they have to pay huge amount of monies in damages because the Commissioner of Police and the Deputy Commissioner of Police duly appointed in Trinidad and Tobago were both interfered with, manipulated, and chased out of office by her government. So don't come here and talk about a Commissioner of Police. As a matter of fact, when they did that, they kept a Commissioner of Police in office to act, refused to bring an order in Parliament so that we can have a duly appointed Commissioner of Police. It is when the PNM government came in 2015, we published an order to ensure that we have a duly appointed Commissioner of Police.
I have given a lot of leeway on this. I think we just simply go going beyond the pale of relevance now to what we are gathered here for. This is extraordinary business. This is not the ordinary business of the Parliament we've convened here for. The rules on the conduct of an extraordinary hearing are quite clear. So let's stick and corral the debate to the relevant issues, please.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have?
5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I was very clear. Members, Mr. Speaker, I was very clear. I took notes of what the Prime Minister said, and I think it is my responsibility to respond to matters that are allowed in this debate. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister also spoke about a strategic master plan by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Because we asked the question. You said, and the Prime Minister, leader of the opposition as she was then, told this country that we in the UNC has a plan. Vote us into office so as to allow us to implement our crime plan. And of course, being under intense pressure to explain to this country what is the crime plan, the Prime Minister stood up today, a short while ago, and she read extensively, not from the UNC's crime plan, but a document provided by the Commissioner of Police that is called the Strategic Master Plan by the TTPS, because they never had a plan. Never had a plan. And I will only say that before I offend the standing orders on relevance, but I have to respond to what was introduced and allowed in this debate. It is my responsibility to do that. And therefore, as I wind up now, Mr. Speaker, I don't need you to beckon me on. This motion is a motion asking this Parliament to extend the state of emergency. And I want to ask the government and the Honorable Attorney General that you have not provided us with one scintilla of evidence, nothing, as to why we should extend this state of emergency and whether the threats over the lives of members of the judiciary, members of the DPP office, and members of the law enforcement agencies continue to exist today. And if they so exist, Mr. Speaker, then we in the PNM will support an extension of the state of emergency. But if you are not prepared to do that, then we will not support the extension of the state of emergency. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
For Barataria, Sanborn.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to enter into this historic debate. From my history as a politician and a parliamentarian, this is actually the third state of emergency I am debating. The third. So I have an idea of what we are doing here today. But it seems as though the previous speaker for Aruka Lopino did not understand the exercise that this Parliament was engaged in. That was probably the longest 45 minutes in my life. Mr. Speaker, I want to start off by firstly congratulating the member for Siparia, the duly elected political leader of the United National Congress, for her brave, her courageous, and her decisive leadership in this particular matter of the state of emergency. Mr. Speaker, as a government, no government, in fact, will take a light decision in declaring or asking the President to proclaim a state of public emergency. And the information and the intelligence that this government was met with, the National Security Council, the Prime Minister, the Attorney General, was enough to ensure that in a matter of hours after receiving that intelligence, Her Excellency was informed and a state of emergency was called to ensure that we dismantle the criminal syndicate that was existing in Trinidad and Tobago. So when the member for Aroka Lopino talks about whether the threat continues to exist and so on, well, Sherlock Holmes, we are here for an extension. We are here because the threat exists. We are here because we have to ensure that we give law enforcement the laws, the authority, in order to avert any of those threats that the Commissioner of Police, through the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, would have informed the executive arm of the state. Mr. Speaker, the member talked about scorecard. He spoke of scorecard, that we didn't provide any evidence of our performance so far for the last 10 days since the state of emergency has been called. The member forgot that he was the Minister of National Security at the time that the last state of emergency came to an end. Where was his scorecard? Where was his scorecard? His scorecard was determined on the 28th of April 2025. Yes, that is his scorecard. But Mr. Speaker, we came prepared in the government to report to the population of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, I have a report in my hand here. A scorecard. From 6 a.m. on the 18th of July 2025 to 6 a.m. on the 28th of July 2025, which is today. Mr. Speaker, the total number of operations by the TTPS were 830 operations. Target priority offenders, 319.
Repeat that.
Searches conducted vehicles/premises, 5,153. Traffic operations, 449. Total persons arrested, 349. Mr. Speaker, firearms found, 9 revolvers, 19 pistols, 5 shotguns, 3 rifles, and 2 air rifles.
That is
543 rounds of ammunition of different assortment seized, Mr. Speaker. That is our scorecard. That is our scorecard. That is our scorecard. So when the member said that I indicated that a SO is a plaster on an open wound, Mr. Speaker, we have mobilized the surgeons. We have mobilized the surgeons. Mr. Speaker, I then heard he said that we had a commissioner of police acting. They must remember they left Trinidad and Tobago without a commissioner of police. Not even one acting. Because their political leader decided to go to President's house and pull away a list and collapse the Police Service Commission. But we must remind them, Mr. Speaker, of their scorecard. We must remind them. We must remind them. Mr. Speaker, I heard the opposition leader in the first debate indicate that the opposition is not in the business of politicizing crime. Now, when I heard it, I felt good. I said they are supporting us. They want to unite this country so that we can fight the criminals, because the gangs have united themselves. We must unite ourselves in the parliament to fight the criminals. But, Mr. Speaker, I found an article 2 days after the state of emergency, Trinidad Newsday, 20th of July 2025, Beckles on SOE, government has surrendered.
What?
2 days after the SOE, the opposition leader was politicizing the SOE and the issue of crime. Beckles claimed, and I quote in the article, "This is total and absolute surrender and hopelessness. This SOE does not address the root cause of crime. Au contraire, in the absence of better information, it injects fear and terror into the minds of the wider citizenry." When the member was part of the last cabinet led by Rowley/Young, why didn't the member say something about that government has surrendered in last December when they called a state of emergency? But you see, Mr. Speaker, The opposition is engaged in political hypocrisy when it comes to this debate. Clear political hypocrisy. The member said,
Use another word. Use another word. Follow suit from your learned friend.
white jacket, black jacket.
Red jacket too, red jacket. Red jacket. Black, white, red jacket. Red
And then the member for Arima said that the main issue in this debate, and I have my notes here, Mr. Speaker, is that we are curtailing rights. Of course, a state of emergency is the suspension of rights. And she said we must not militarize the state. These are her words, Mr. Speaker. Where was the member when under the last state of emergency they banned open-air cremation and that was found to be unconstitutional? Mr. Speaker, when the state sponsored the abduction of a private citizen from Barbados, Brent Thomas, where was the member's voice? When the PNM government placed a House Speaker under house arrest, Mr. Speaker, where was their voice about militarizing the state, using a SOE? And when that previous government removed special majority provisions from legislation, where was the voice in militarizing the state? But two speakers, Mr. Speaker, two speakers, in fact, raised this issue of special majority legislation because this is part of the fight against crime. And the member for Arima and the member for Port of Spain, North, Centre and West repeated the argument that when we were in opposition, we never supported crime-fighting legislation, in particular special majority bills. That is the furthest thing from the truth. You see, Mr. Speaker, we have to now set the record right on this particular matter. We always have to do this. Mr. Speaker, when the Tax Information Exchange Agreement Act came, we supported that. When the Income Tax Amendment Act of 2020 came, we supported that. When the Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters Act, we supported that, Mr. Speaker. The Sexual Offences Amendment 2019, we supported that. The Anti-Terrorism Amendment Act of 2018, we supported that. The Insurance Act of 2018, we supported that. The Anti-Gang Act of 2018, we supported that. FATCA, we supported that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there was one issue I heard that they said that we didn't support the bail bill. That is the furthest thing from the truth. Mr. Speaker, when we were in the opposition, we supported that bail bill. We supported it. They needed our vote, and that became the law. And then I heard the member for Port of Spain, North, Centre and West talk about bail. Well, Mr. Speaker, I was astonished. I did not know the member thought that right existed in Trinidad and Tobago, because when they were sitting on this side of the House and they brought legislation to restrict bail, Mr. Speaker, they will speak against it. We were the ones protecting the democracy of Trinidad and Tobago. That is what we were doing. And we are still doing it. Mr. Speaker, I was absolutely shocked when I heard the member for Port of Spain, North, Centre and West. I was absolutely shocked when he spoke of the issue of bail. Mr. Speaker, I want to raise some issues in relation to the regulations that the member for Port of Spain, North, Centre and West would have raised. He said, Regulation 12 of our regulations in 2025 he said it's probably the most offensive regulation he has seen in the regulation so far. This deals with searches, Mr. Speaker. Notwithstanding any rule to the contrary, a police officer may, without a warrant and with or without assistance, and with the use of force if necessary, A, enter and search any premises, or B, stop and search any vessel, vehicle, or individual, whether in a public place or not, if he suspects that any evidence of the commission of an offense against Regulation 8 or 11 is likely to be found on such premises, vessel, vehicle, or individual, and may seize any evidence so found. Mr. Speaker, I had to pull back up the 2024 Emergency Powers Regulation. That was the one that the last government, where the member was a member of the National Security Council, he was on the verge of becoming the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, you know they have the identical regulation in their 2024 regulations. The most offensive one he spoke about. Instead of Regulation 12, it was Regulation 13. But, Mr. Speaker, word for word, that is political hypocrisy. Black jacket, white jacket, sorry. So, Mr. Speaker, when I hear about the member talking about we are suspending the right to bail and the right to habeas corpus according to our regulations, Mr. Speaker, you know that was the exact same provision found in the 2024 Emergency Powers Regulation promulgated by the last PNM government. The exact same thing. This is nothing new. When you are in a state of emergency, there are certain rights that have to be restricted because we are trying to protect the general citizenry and the public of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, ordinary citizens' lives are not disrupted by an SOE. It is the lives of the criminals that are disrupted by an SOE. That's whose lives are disrupted. That's whose lives are disrupted. But up till now, Mr. Speaker, we don't know what the opposition position on this matter is, whether they're supporting or not. I heard the member for Aruka Lupino said it depends now. Earlier on, I heard the member for Arima saying that they're going to support. And, Mr. Speaker, I had cause to look at a media release that they would have issued as soon as the SOE was declared. Citizens deserve clear, timely leadership on national state of emergency. The opposition is currently reviewing all available information in the public domain, including the SOE regulations and the transcript of today's TTPS briefing. We will convene in caucus to assess the national security concerns raised and will issue a further statement on our position following that internal consultation. Mr. Speaker, I don't think they have met in caucus as yet because we don't know what their position on this particular matter is. They said a further statement will be forthcoming. We are yet to see that particular position. But as a proactive, responsible government, Mr. Speaker, we are pressing on with the nation's business. That is what we are doing. We are pressing on with the nation's business. And then the member again for Arima said that and a few of the members, they raised that there is some level of inconsistency with what the Prime Minister said, with what the Attorney General said, with what the Commissioner of Police said. Mr. Speaker, that is absolutely false and misleading. In fact, all three office holders were very consistent in the communication that was coming out from each of the individual's office because we understood that there was one particular issue in respect of the intelligence reports that prompted the SOE together with other matters, Mr. Speaker. All office holders were very consistent in their messaging with that matter. The police service has indicated, Mr. Speaker, and it is no secret anymore, and it's contained in the President's statement of what exactly prompted the state of emergency, and that is what the government acted upon. It acted upon threats with respect to members of the judiciary, members of law enforcement, members of the protective services, in particular damage, deliberate criminal damage to police stations and so on. These were things that were reported widely, Mr. Speaker, and were contained in the intelligence reports, in the briefings, and in each of the statements issued by the three office holders. And, Mr. Speaker, I remember that evening. I was also part of the National Security Council. We were, in fact, briefed. All of the members of the National Security Council were briefed. We sat down. We listened to the office holders. We listened to the recommendations that were coming out from the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Speaker. And a clear, deliberate, decisive decision was taken based on those recommendations that were given by the various office holders in law enforcement. But, Mr. Speaker, what were we to do with that information? We were charged with certain sensitive information about these imminent threats, especially to members of the judiciary and law enforcement. Mr. Speaker, it's apt that this debate comes at this time. When there was the 1990 coup, I had cause to go back into the 1990 coup Commission of Inquiry report. It showed that where there was disparity with respect to intelligence gathering and reporting, that the state, certain arms of the state, according to the Commission of Inquiry's report, knew of the attack beforehand. The special branch knew. There was no reporting to the Commissioner of Police. There was, in fact, information that was provided to various political directorates. It's all contained in the report, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the report would have condemned certain actions of the special branch at that time, and that's why it has been restructured now, Mr. Speaker. So if we are charged with that information and we sat idly and did nothing with it, and the threat was to materialize, Mr. Speaker, we would have abdicated in our responsibility. So as a responsible government, for a 1990 incident not to repeat itself, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister took courageous, decisive, and swift action to avert and dismantle the criminal syndicate that existed. And that is something, Mr. Speaker, all of us on the government bench, together with the Prime Minister, as she said earlier on, we take full responsibility with respect to the proclamation of this state of emergency. Mr. Speaker, this state of emergency was not called at the time where a party was taking place. It was not called at the time where persons may have had a few beverages, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in fact, the last state of emergency, I am told, was in fact called on the night of a party.
That's the invitation.
Mr. Speaker, I have a document in my hand here. Government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Office of the Prime Minister. Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and Mrs. Sharon Clark Rowley cordially invites you to a New Year's celebration on Sunday, 29 December 2024 at Blimeham House, the residence of the Prime Minister, Tobago. Dress code elegantly casual.
You get invitation?
Mr. Speaker, so there was a party at the Prime Minister's residence in Tobago on the 29th of December 2024, which was a Sunday, state of emergency proclaimed early Monday morning. But it gets even curiouser, Mr. Speaker. I have the Hansard record on the 13th of January 2025, where the member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West said this. He said the decision was taken by the cabinet in the wee hours of the morning, just after midnight on the 30th of December, from the night of the 29th, having gotten the briefing from Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. So, Mr. Speaker, Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West confirmed that at the time of the party, they were deciding whether or not to suspend citizens' rights and proclaim a state of emergency. That is reckless, irresponsible, and negligent leadership. Where were they?
Where are the invitations?
Where were they at that time? Were they discussing that around the bar or around the pool?
Did not.
Mr. Speaker, I can tell you as a matter of fact.
48-1, please. What is this about?
No. You see, there has been an ad nauseum exchange about reasons and for the extension and all of that. The member is lending context to the decision to ask for the state of emergency. So I'm going to allow him not much longer, but round up that point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a copy of the invite in my hand. It's colored red.
You got one?
Mr. Speaker.
Oh my goodness.
Were you in that party, Arima?
No.
I was not in the party.
Arima wasn't it.
Come on, let's move on, shall we? Let's move on. Forget the color of the invitation and so on. Let's move on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you the government led by Kamla Prasad Bisesa made a decision for the state of emergency at the diplomatic center. That is where that decision was made. It was not made at an old year's party.
You were doing serious work.
It was serious business that we were involving, having been briefed by the Commissioner of Police and the Chief of Defense Staff, together with the National Security Council, competently chaired by the member for Siparia. It was not around a bar table, Mr. Speaker.
I think poolside.
It was not around the pool side.
For the Spain South.
Mr. Speaker, and then they talk about silence. They talk about silence, Mr. Speaker. As soon as the state of emergency was declared, a media release was issued by the Commissioner of Police, followed up by a media briefing a couple hours or minutes after by the Commissioner of Police. Then a few hours later, the Attorney General had a media briefing. And then a few hours after that, the Office of the Prime Minister issued a media release about the state of emergency. That, Mr. Speaker, was us communicating with the public at all material times. That was us doing that. So when they say we are silent and so on, Mr. Speaker, that is absolute rubbish. It is absolute rubbish, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is the leadership that we have engaged in with respect to this particular state of emergency, Mr. Speaker. We have looked at various arms of national security. I heard the Prime Minister mention issues with respect to the URP and so on, Mr. Speaker. I have further information in my possession. Mr. Speaker, I am told that of the $300 million allocated to the URP for the current fiscal year, $231 million has been drawn down so far, with only $2 million spent on goods and services. The remainder has been assigned to payroll, but the initial study found that just over a quarter of the 16,000 named employees go to work. Only a quarter. Only a quarter go to work. Of the 1,100 people on the monthly paid roster, a minority turns up for duties. Many workers are political beneficiaries of a corrupt system. There are at least 80 gang bosses who submit names for monthly payments. The listed workers are given a quarter of the wages for the use of their names. The bosses were traced to close alignment with the previous administration. Of the 700 URP work groups in Trinidad, 500 are assigned to the 6 regions along the East-West corridor. The current URP administration has promised to exorcise the ghost culture and to create jobs for the dispossessed. The new leaders said gang bosses have become millionaires, while the intended beneficiaries are on the breadline. Similar rackets have been uncovered at CPEP and the National Reforestation and Watershed Rehabilitation Program. Mr. Speaker, this is what we are preventing as a government. This is what we are preventing. They, through their negligence, Mr. Speaker, and incompetence over the last 10 years, have allowed these programs to run in such a manner and now complain about the crime situation. But we will ensure that we fix it on the side. We will ensure that we fix it on the side, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to talk about the scorecard that they want to give us, Mr. Speaker. The scorecard. Mr. Speaker, in their state of emergency, I happen to look at something called detention orders, because under the Emergency Powers Regulation, a detention order can be issued by the Minister of National Security for any person. Mr. Speaker, based on the legal notices that have been published, we found 49 of those detention orders. Mr. Speaker, do you know all 49 were revoked? I don't even know if they charged someone under their state of emergency, Mr. Speaker. All were in fact revoked, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if they charge anyone. So when they come to talk about scorecard, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to use the other word. All I have to say is white jacket and black jacket, Mr. Speaker. And then, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell them, a state of emergency is not a government's plan to fight crime. No government will sit down and say, well, in the year 2026, we are going to call on a state of emergency to deal with crime. No government will do that. It is because something that is extraordinary would have prompted the government in order to act swiftly, in order to curtail certain rights to apprehend the threat. But, Mr. Speaker, we knew when we were coming into office, we had a plan. In fact, everyone on this bench, listening to the member for Siparia on the political hustings over the many years, outlined the plans in order to deal with crime. And, Mr. Speaker, in my hand is United National Congress Manifesto, which was in fact adopted as government policy by the Cabinet. And, Mr. Speaker, they asked for plans. I will give them some plans. Plan number 1, pass stand your ground laws. That is being consulted now, Mr. Speaker. 2, create the offense of home invasions. That is being done through consultation, Mr. Speaker. Allow for the right to bear arms or modify the current legislation to make acquiring firearms by law-abiding citizens easier. That is our next plan, Mr. Speaker. Change the legislation to make gating communities easier. Plan 4. Plan 5, increase the complement of municipal police, including the SRPs. 6, introduce police officers full-time in schools. 7, restructure the Ministry of National Security. 8, create a Ministry of Home Affairs, Homeland Security. That was done. 9, create a Ministry of Defense. That was done. 10, create a Ministry of Justice. That was done. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, establish minimum security detention centers. We will do it. Individual risk and financial assessments. We will do it, Mr. Speaker. Implement ankle bracelets and house arrest systems with updated legislation. That will come, Mr. Speaker. Construct a forensic science complex, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Justice has that in the pipeline, and that will be done, Mr. Speaker. That will be done. You want plan? We have plenty more plans. 60 plans here I have in my hand, Mr. Speaker, that deals with just crime and criminality. We have another chapter of the book, Mr. Speaker, that deals directly with the criminal justice system in terms of fixing it, Mr. Speaker. And we have, in that one, Mr. Speaker, we have about 36 different plans. If you want plans and you want to be informed, go download the manifesto, read it. This is, in fact, government policy. And we will ensure, Mr. Speaker, that what we promise to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, we will deliver. We will deliver, Mr. Speaker. We understand as a government the woes, the cries of the citizen, and we are here to bring some measure of relief to the general citizenry, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we on this side have justified the need for calling the state of emergency. We have justified the need for extending the state of emergency, Mr. Speaker, and I hope good sense prevails in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, and that all members vote in support of this motion. I thank you very much.
Davenport West.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important motion as it relates to the extension of the state of emergency declared pursuant to Section 8(1) of the Constitution as proclaimed by Her Excellency, the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on July 18, 2025. Mr. Speaker, we are summoned here today pursuant to Section 10(1) of the Constitution to debate and consider a 3-month extension for the said proclaimed state of emergency. Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of all doubt and to the listening public, this extension requires only a simple majority. It means, therefore, that with the government support alone, this extension would be granted. From the very inception, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Opposition Leader and Member for Arima have pledged to the citizens of this Republic of Trinidad and Tobago that the opposition would support good legislation, good policy, and good action in the interests of all the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, we are not just a responsible opposition, but we are a government in preparation and in waiting. And therefore, we know by the looks of things, Mr. Speaker, that it won't be too long. It would not be too long again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we stand side by side with all the protective services of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. We would support the government and support the protective services in the fight against crime. We would not stand in the way, we would not block any effort to truly protect and secure our citizens. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we would not be unpatriotic like those members opposite when they once occupied these seats. We wish our Commissioner of Police, our Commissioner of Prisons, the Chief of Defense Staff, and all their officers all the best in this crime-fighting initiative, and we on this side will continue to support our protective services. Mr. Speaker, our Constitution remains the supreme law of the land. It's higher than the Parliament, it is higher than the courts. The Constitution is the supreme law of this land. And the lawmakers and the framers of our Constitution envisioned and created an avenue for the government to contemplate and to implement a state of emergency pursuant to Section 8 to 10 of the Constitution. But, Mr. Speaker, declaring a state of emergency is no doubt a nuclear option in the fight against crime. And we understand that on some occasions, it's sometimes called for swift action in relation to our national security and the protection of our citizens. But what does a state of emergency do relative, and how does it affect the rights and freedom of all of our citizens of this nation? Mr. Speaker, Section 4 and 5 of the Constitution is where, as citizens, our enshrined rights are fundamentally enshrined. So we have the right to liberty, security of the person, enjoyment of property, and the right not to be deprived thereof, except by due process of law. And we can speak about freedom of movement, freedom, the right of the individual to equality before the law, and the respect for his private and family life, and other safeguards that Section 5 of the Constitution ensures relative to once an individual is arrested, what are their protections pursuant to the Constitution. These fundamental rights, Mr. Speaker, can be found in any or almost all democratic societies and countries throughout the world. And a state of emergency and the extension for 3 months would mean, therefore, that these rights would be suspended for all citizens. And, Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge that there comes a time where this is absolutely necessary. Mr. Speaker, on the 30th of December 2024, our former Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley, saw it fit, based on increased gang activities and based on recommendations from the different arms of the protective services, to call a state of emergency. We understand that that is a nuclear option. With the exception of the COVID-19 pandemic, after 9 years, it is the first time that the then Prime Minister of this Republic of Trinidad and Tobago decided to exercise that discretion to implement this nuclear weapon. And what was the opposition, the then opposition's response, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, allow me to quote just briefly from a Daily Express and by Ms. Anna Ramdas on the said day. It reads, SOE, a shameless political gimmick, says Kamla. The member for Saparia is quoted, Mr. Speaker, as stating the following. The Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago is the head of the National Security Council, yet he has gone into hiding. Is he afraid of the very criminals that cause so much death and destruction in our country? How can it be that with over 625 persons murdered in 2024, the Prime Minister could not find the courage to address the nation? This is undoubtedly the most insulting act of cowardice and disrespect we have ever witnessed from this lazy, greedy old man. Mr. Speaker, a state of emergency was declared on the 18th of July, 2025 by the member for Saparia. And they want to talk about cowardice. Not one address to the nation or press conference came from the member for Saparia when the honorable member for Saparia is the one that declared the state of emergency. The honorable member for Saparia has invoked and placed a self-imposed curfew on herself for 10 days without coming to address this country about the reasons for the state of emergency. If that, Mr. Speaker, if that is not black jacket, white jacket, I don't know what is. Mr. Speaker, my colleague from Bataya, Sanwan, spoke about scorecard and listing out some of the achievements of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. We commend the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and the hard-working officers of our protective services. But the funny thing is, anytime there is something wrong or bad about crime, and that the police can't do this and the police can't do that, they blame the PNM. But after 90 days, the same apparatus, the same police service was able to achieve what they achieved, and no credit whatsoever for the People's National Movement. None whatsoever. Mr. Speaker, the current motion seeking to extend, Mr. Speaker, the current motion seeking to extend the state of emergency for 3 months will take us up until October 28, 2025. From January 1st, 2025 to October 28, 2025 equates about 300 days of the 365 days for the year. Of those 300 days, Mr. Speaker, in Trinidad and Tobago would have experienced a state of emergency. Out of those 300 days, 204 days in a state of emergency. Both from the past administration and the current administration collectively. This simply means, Mr. Speaker, that by October 28, our citizens' fundamental rights and freedoms would have been suspended for more than 68% or 2/3 of that period. And we must ask ourselves, Mr. Speaker, are we simply normalizing this nuclear option to crime fighting in a democratic society? Mr. Speaker, as parliamentarians, we must ask ourselves, are these extension of state of emergency reasonably justifiable in a society that has a proper respect for the rights and freedoms of the individual. My friends opposite hoodwink this population, Mr. Speaker, into giving them an overwhelming mandate to govern the affairs of this country. And up until April 28, 25, Mr. Speaker, you never heard the member for Siparia or any member opposite said that one of their crime-fighting tools, out of the 60 that was listed out by Bataria Sanwan, that not one of their crime-fighting tools would have been a state of emergency. Instead, Mr. Speaker, in exactly 90 days, Mr. Speaker, I seek your protection. I just be quiet when they're speaking, Mr. Speaker.
Come on, let's allow the member to proceed. But anyway, continue.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm a well-disciplined young man, you know. When they're speaking opposite, I leave them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
a resume, or you want to continue?
Mr. Speaker, in exactly 90 days since being elected, the government has shamelessly come to this parliament in a clear declaration and admission that they have failed miserably in their crime-fighting initiatives and require this House to save them. Mr. Speaker, you see the huff and the puff in opposition, and they had all the plans and all the right things that they will do about crime. However, Mr. Speaker, the country gave them the place to run, and they simply cannot run it. They cannot. Mr. Speaker, when we're talking about state of emergency and scorecard, I want to warn and caution this honorable House and the members of the public in relation to what would have transpired, because the door was open for that. In the last state of emergency that was implemented by the then member for Siparia, the then Prime Minister at the time. Mr. Speaker, I'm quoting from an article, a Daily Express article, dated March 19th, 2012. It reads, 13% of the people arrested during the SOE convicted. Mr. Speaker, this was some quotes from an interview with the then Minister of National Security, John Sandy, at the time, where it was indicated that 8,178 persons were arrested during the last state of emergency. Of those 8,178 persons, 7,044 were charged. And Mr. Speaker, less than 15% of those persons charged, those charges could have stood up before the honorable court. Instead, what we got is an existing liability. Case after case that this PNM-led administration at the time continued to have to settle and pay out of taxpayers' money for the illegal state of emergency, where it was quoted in the public that directions were just given to just arrest them and make sure that the cell's full. I want to warn against that whilst we would support the protective services, that our support would not be unfettered. Mr. Speaker, today I call on all citizens of this nation that during the next 3 months and beyond, to join forces with our protective services as we push back against those who have made it their mission to distress the law-abiding citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, I invite the public that if they see something, to say something. I'll forgive him, Mr. Speaker. I'll forgive him, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the opposition in a balancing act will continue to support our protective services while simultaneously giving due consideration and respect to our citizens' rights and freedom. We implore members opposite to use the next 3 months wisely. We implore the members opposite to use the next 3 months to govern rather than campaign. Your time to govern is now. The campaign ended on April 28, 2025. This government is behaving as if they are still in opposition. Mr. Speaker, we implore the members
Mr. Speaker,
opposite.
55(1)B. The member is not only repeating his previous members, he's also repeating himself incessantly.
Well, quite apart from 55(1)B, it's borderline irrelevant. Can we move on? I think you've made that point ad nauseum.
Mr. Speaker, I am guided. Mr. Speaker, I implore the members opposite to use the 3 months.
1E, F, and G, the member for Faizabad, has been prattling non-stop while the member on this side has been trying to make. Please.
Member for Faizabad, can we allow the member to proceed in a relative... All right. But both sides are guilty of it. Both sides. So can we allow the member to finish his contribution?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is the greatest amount of black jacket, white jacket from the member from Faizabad, you know. But I would not be distracted, please, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he continues again. He continues again, and the chair continues to allow the member of Faizabad without any recourse for continue to interrupt me every time I'm trying to make my contribution, Mr. Speaker. I seek and I pray and I beg for your protection.
I just implored all the members. So can we allow the member to finish his contribution in a relative degree of quietude, please?
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Speaker. As I said, we implore the members opposite to use the next 3 months to seriously tackle the issues facing our prisons specifically, and what would have led us to be here today. These national security issues, Mr. Speaker, as expressed by Her Excellency, may persist even beyond 3 months if it goes to waste. The work starts now, Mr. Speaker, and it starts when the member for Saparia lifts her self-imposed curfew from the Pink Palace more than once a week and casually report to Whitehall and take...
Come on. Both members, I'm on my legs. and I will ask that members observe the standing orders. You all know it. I'm going to ask you to withdraw that entirely indecorous comment and the description of a pink palace that is wholly, entirely unwarranted, and it is indecorous in the extreme. Withdraw it now.
Mr. Speaker, it's emancipation. We celebrated emancipation. Massa Day is done.
I am fully capable of. Member for Laventille West, I've asked you to withdraw that indecorous comment now, please.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw that statement, and I was referring to Mr. Speaker, not you, because oftentimes when members of this House make any comments, it seems as if it's not going to the other side, that is going elsewhere, Mr. Speaker. I am not referring to you, Mr. Speaker. The freedom of speech, as far as I know.
Mr. Speaker, the member is 48-1. The member is totally irrelevant. On several occasions, you've had to rein him in. It's either he sits down or he stays on the matter at hand. 48-1.
You know the time. You know the time. I've asked you to withdraw the comment. The comment was not directed to me. The comment on the Pink Palace, I'm asked you to withdraw it. Let's move on. I hate to overuse the word corral, but can we corral the debate to the relevant issue? The issue on the question being debated is a very narrow one. So let's confine the debate to the issue. Thank you. And let's move on.
Thank you very kindly.
In peace and quiet, but relevancy.
Very kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was done since the member got up, you know. And with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, before us this afternoon were two measures, one which spoke to the justification for the state of emergency that was contained in the statement of Her Excellency, the other for an extension of the period of emergency. It is that debate that has excited my friend and former student. I'm not sure. I don't remember him as a student, but I know that he was my former student. There were many people into some. The less I say about him this afternoon, because I might say some things which I have nothing to say about you. I ain't started disrespecting you. I come here in peace this afternoon. I come here in peace. So far, I come here in peace. So far. My former student. He hasn't done such a good job this afternoon, but still. Mr. Speaker, on that extension, the state of emergency, I think that after all has been said and done, I think I heard my former, the Member of Parliament, I'm sorry, for Laventille West. That's a wonderful constituency. Yeah? It's a wonderful constituency. I say no more. But the Member of Parliament for Laventille West did say that he was in support of the motion. I think I heard that inside of a number of other statements today. I've heard him speak on another occasion, but that is not for today. Now, I think that it's important for us to make a couple of points. First of all, the state of emergency was declared, it came into effect on the 18th of July. That's 10 days ago today. And it could not be, and I think the Member of Parliament, if I have to, the Member of Parliament for Aruka Lopino, did actually read from a release of the Commissioner of Police, which referred to ongoing action with respect to the cells. Now, my friend, if he would allow me to call him that, I don't want to describe him as anything less than that. But my friend did speak of, perhaps I should, when my leader is here, I tend to behave a little better. So, no, seriously. So, on the justification for the state of emergency, I think that was clear. On the extension of the time for the emergency, the Member of Parliament for Aruka Lopino did speak to the ongoing work with respect to cells. Now, the Member of Parliament for Laventille West, and I think the Member of Parliament for Aruka Lopino, they both fell into a basic trap, which is that, well, you say you have stopped the rot with respect to moving prisoners from one place to another. Then why are we here today? We are here today because you spent 10 years in India, in which the roots that we have been trying to pull out in 10 days were left to nourish. And we could not eradicate all of those roots in 10 days. You had 10 years to allow them to flourish. What we have done is the start of, represents the start, the beginning of a process, which when it works, it will work for all of us. But we have isolated certain persons in a certain location. That is not to say that the problem is solved. We are not foolish.
Common sense.
We understand that there are persons outside with whom those persons inside were communicating. Even a dunce like me could understand that. And if I could understand that, then the very bright ones from Port of Spain North and my student from Laventille West and St. Anne's East and Aruka Lopino, they might be able to follow as well. So, Mr. Speaker, what we are about this afternoon is extending the state of emergency by a further 90 days as permitted by the Constitution. We all agree that the declaration of the emergency was justified. We all agree that more time is required. And with those few words, I beg to move.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that the proclamation made by the President on the 18th day of July 2025, declaring that a state of public emergency exists in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, be extended for a further period of 3 months. All in favor, say aye.
Speaker, there is no standing order for that, Mr. Speaker. There's been no objection on our part because nobody has said no. I am not taking
Mr. Speaker,
and I'm not.
Mr. Speaker, there was a precedent that was set already in a past sitting in this incarnation of the 13th Republican Parliament.
Yes, and I think, hang on. We are governed by the way the standing orders are constructed. It appears to me from a reading of the standing orders that if a division is called for, I, as presiding officer, do not have a residual discretion in it. The words of the standing order are clear. It says, if a division is called for, it shall be taken by the clerk, calling each member's name individually and recording each vote accordingly. There are other parts of the standing orders which speak of when, for want of a better term, an application is made, the Speaker is given a residual discretionary power to determine whether or not it can or cannot go forward. It seems to me that the way these standing orders are constructed, and I make the point again, there's a Standing Orders Committee of the House which would have participated in the construction of these standing orders. They do not confer on me a residual discretionary power to refuse. The division is granted.
Mr. Padarath?
Yes.
Mrs. Prasad Bisesa?
Yes.
Mr. Tanku?
Yes.
Ms. John?
Yes.
Dr. Munilal?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Hussain?
Yes.
Ms. Amin?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Mr. Maharaj?
Yes.
Ms. Mohit?
Yes.
Mr. Sturge?
Yes.
Dr. Bodo? Dr. Dowlat?
Yes.
Dr. Ali?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Ms. Benjamin?
Yes.
Mr. Sobers?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Dr. Sicharan?
Yes.
Mr. Kesar?
Yes.
Mr. Elder?
Yes.
Mrs. Sam?
Yes.
Mr. Narayan Singh?
Yes.
Dr. Rup Narayan?
Yes.
Dr. Gosai?
Yes.
Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mrs. Beckles Robinson? Yes. Well done. We said Miss Dolly? Dr. Gatsby Dolly, sorry.
I said it from the beginning.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Mr. Scotland?
Yes. He said we said tonight.
Mr. Denoberger?
Yes.
Mr. Manning?
Yes.
Mr. Marcel?
Yes.
Mr. Devines?
Yes.
Mr. Birchwood?
Yes.
Mr. Romaine?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the result of the division is 39 members voted in favor of. There were no one voted against and no abstentions. Yes.
Clerk. With 39 votes for, no abstentions and no against, the motion is now passed. Yeah. Members, we move now to the third order of business, the Prisons Number 2 Order 2025. Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it is provided by Section 4, subsection 1 of the Prisons Act, Chapter 1301, hereinafter referred to as the Act, that the Minister may by order appoint any place as a convict depot or a prison. And whereas it is provided by Section 4, subsection 2 of the Act, that an order made under subsection 1 to appoint any place as a prison shall be subject to affirmative resolution of Parliament. And whereas the Minister of Homeland Security has, on the 24th day of July 2025, made the Prisons Number 2 Order 2025. And whereas it is expedient that the Prisons Number 2 Order 2025 be affirmed. Be it resolved that the Prisons Number 2 Order 2025 be approved. Mr. Speaker, the Prisons Number 2 Order 2025 was signed by the Minister of Homeland Security on the 24th of July 2025 under Section 4 of the Prisons Act, Chapter 1301, which provides as follows. 4.1. The Minister may by order appoint any place as a convict depot or B, a prison. Subsection 2. An order made under subsection 1 to appoint any place as a prison shall be subject to affirmative resolution of Parliament. The order seeks to appoint as prisons such premises at Tetron Barracks and Stables Bay, Chagaramas, as the Minister may approve. The order would have retroactive effect as of the 18th July 2025, the date on which the state of public emergency was declared by proclamation of the President, published as legal notice number 240 of 2025. On that same day, as the proclamation of the SOE, the President made the Emergency Powers Regulations, legal notice 241 of 2025, under Section 7 of the Constitution. Paragraph 2 of the schedule to the Emergency Powers Regulations empowers the Minister of Homeland Security to issue orders for the preventive detention of persons during the SOE with a view to preventing them from, and I quote, acting in any manner prejudicial to public safety or the defense of Trinidad and Tobago. Additionally, paragraph 3, sub 1 of the schedule to the Emergency Powers Regulations authorizes the Minister of Homeland Security to issue directions to provide for the places where and the conditions under which persons are to be detained during the SOE. On that day, the day that the SOE was proclaimed, the Minister of Homeland Security issued the Detention of Persons, Discipline and Place of Detention, number 2 Directions, 2025. That was legal notice 242 of 2025. Under paragraph 3 of the schedule to the Emergency Powers Regulations of 2025. In paragraph 2 of the directions, detention center is defined as such premises at Tetron Barracks or Stobbles B as the Minister may approve. The Minister of Homeland Security also made on that day the Prisons Order 2025, Legal Notice 243 of 2025, under Section 5 of the Prisons Act, Chapter 1301, which declared premises approved by him at Tetron Barracks and Stobbles B to be district prisons. Orders under Section 5 of the Prisons Act are not subject to affirmative or negative resolution of Parliament. They're administrative in nature and may be published as legal notices. Additionally, on the 23rd of July 2025, the Minister of Homeland Security amended the Detention of Persons, Discipline and Place of Detention, number 2 Directions 2025, to designate 4 facilities as additional detention centers, namely 1, the Carrera Convict Prison, 2, the Women's Prison, Golden Grove, 3, the Eastern Correctional Rehabilitation Center, and 4, the Remand Prison at Golden Grove. The amendment was effected by the Detention of Persons, Discipline and Place of Detention, number 2, Amendment Directions 2025, Legal Notice number 244 of 2025. That's the background. The current position in law is that the premises at Tetron and Stobbles B, which have been approved by the Minister of Homeland Security, are both district prisons and detention centers. The purpose of the Prisons Number 2 Order 2025, which is subject to affirmative resolution of Parliament, is to redesignate the premises at Tetron Barracks and Stobbles B as prisons as opposed to district prisons. This redesignation would take retroactive effect from 18th of July 2025 because the order would also revoke the Prisons Order 2025, which came into effect on the 18th of July 2025. To the extent that the order would revoke the Prisons Order 2025, which was made under Section 5 of the Prisons Act, the order is being made under both Sections 4 and 5 of the Prisons Act. On the 18th July 2025, certain prisoners who were on remand and not yet convicted were transferred to those district prisons / detention centers at Tetron Barracks and Stobbles B. Section 5, subsection 2 of the Prisons Act provides that, and I quote, any person sentenced on summary conviction to imprisonment, and it goes on, with or without hard labor, for a term not exceeding 1 month, may be imprisoned at the nearest district prison. But any person sentenced on summary conviction in Tobago, well, that bit is not relevant to this debate, may be imprisoned in a district prison in Tobago. The incarceration of remandees at Tetron Barracks and Stobbles B has been challenged in court, well, was challenged in court, in light of Section 5, subsection 2, on the basis that a person who has not been convicted on summary conviction to imprisonment cannot be incarcerated in a district prison. Under Section 7 of the Prisons Act, however, the Commissioner of Prisons may transfer prisoners from any prison to any other prison as in his discretion may be necessary. That definition, the definition of prison in Section 2 of the Prisons Act, includes any place mentioned in Section 3 or declared or appointed under this Act. Section 3 provides, inter alia, that the prisons of Trinidad and Tobago shall consist of the Golden Grove Prison, the maximum security prison at Golden Grove, district prisons, and this is the bit, district prisons declared by order to be such by the Minister under Section 5. We say, therefore, that the Commissioner of Prisons had the power under Section 7 to transfer prisoners from the remand prison at Golden Grove to the district prisons at Tetron and Storbers Bay. But notwithstanding the above, and in order to make the position beyond argument and to prevent unnecessary further legal challenges, I think those which exist have now gone the way of all flesh. Based on the status of persons detained at Tetron Barracks and Storbers Bay under the state of emergency, and out of an abundance of caution, the government proposes that the Prisons Order 2025 be revoked and that the premises designated as district prisons under the Prisons Order 2025 be redesignated as prisons under Section 4 of the Prisons Act with effect from 18 July 2025. This is housekeeping, Mr. Speaker. In the wee hours of the 18th of July 2025, my Chief Parliamentary Counsel did the very best that he could and perhaps did what was required of him in accordance, strictly in accordance with the letter of the law. So we, on reflection and after arguments have been made in court, I'm here to make the order under Section 4 of the Prisons Act. I beg to move.
Honourable members, I shall now propose the question for debate. Be it resolved that the Prisons Number 2 Order 2025 be approved. Member for Port of Spain South.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Prime Minister and member for Siparia, in her contribution in the last debate, boasted that she appointed not one, not two, not three, not four, but about 5 persons in charge of national security and legal affairs. And yet, on the 18th day of July 2025, there was a Prison Order 243 signed by the Honourable Minister of Homeland Security that set out places as district prisons as the premises at Tetron Barracks and Storbers Bay. The trouble with that, Mr. Speaker, is that despite the quantity of advice available, no one picked up that as it relates to district prisons and Section 5 of the Prisons Act, that a district prison, the minister under 5.1, the minister may by order declare any police station or part of a station or other suitable place to be a district prison. So we already get the size that the legislation contemplates, but it goes further. Any person sentenced on summary conviction to imprisonment with or without hard labor for any term not exceeding 1 month may be imprisoned at the nearest district prison. So it means that whoever you are taking to a district prison, your fine or your penalty has to be 1 month, a term not exceeding 1 month, and in that regard, you are taken there. I am sure that that order did not contemplate those persons who were removed from whatever building they were in at maximum security, I am sure that their sentence exceeded 1 month. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, when you look at Section 7,
Member for Port of Spain, the Attorney General has risen.
I knew that you would allow me to correct you. The individuals are concerned are not sentenced at all.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, if that is the case, it exacerbates the situation. May I be allowed? Thank you. But more importantly, Section 7 gives the Commissioner of Prisons an authority to transfer prisoners, not detainees. And it's important because when you go to the definition of prisoners in the definition section of the Prisons Act, a prisoner includes every inmate of any prison detained therein under sentence or conviction for any offense or under committal or remand pending trial or investigation on a charge, not a detainee. So, Mr. Speaker, the situation is even further exacerbated. Mr. Speaker, this one is a little irregular. This one is a little irregular. Honorable Attorney General, continue my argument, please. I can't give you away. I gave you away once, Mr. I gave you away once. I can't. Now, Mr. Speaker, unless I am misleading this House, I would want to be allowed to continue my argument in this debate, please. I want to start by embracing the words of the Honorable Prime Minister. This Parliament belongs to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, not the government, not the opposition. And I would like to make my views heard to the people of Port of Spain South who elected me and the people of Trinidad and Tobago who are looking on with keen interest in this debate today. The need for this order, in my respectful view, when we reflect on the need for it, Mr. Speaker, it is a time to reflect on the competencies of the government who was elected on the 28th of April 2025, because the country is not all blindfolded. The need for this order is grounded in the simple point that prisoners must be sent to a place called a prison. And prisoners under the state of emergency must not be sent to a place that was called, in the words of the legislation, district prisons. They must be sent to a prison. And if the Honorable Attorney General is forthright with the public, he will agree. That is why he would have picked up on the lacuna and come today to try to cure what was bungled by all the bright minds on the other side. When they were in opposition, the Honorable Member for Barataria San Juan was a know-it-all. He knew everything. How you didn't know that a district prison is not a prison pursuant to the Act? Prisoners ought not to be placed in detention centers established under one or the state of emergency. Detention centers, Mr. Speaker, are for detainees. And the reason for it is fleshed out in the legislative arrangements. That is why you have a special tribunal, Mr. Speaker, appointed with 3 persons, one of whom, of course, we saw his name there. He is the 10th defendant, 11th, but I will do the proper thing and not call his name. But the reason why they treat detention centers special and not like normal prisons is because they are created for the state of emergency. And you don't go for a judge for relief unless it's extraordinary. You go to the tribunal, the three-man tribunal. So placing a prisoner in a detention center exposes the state to liability and possibly damages. The fact that this order is retroactive, Mr. Speaker, is a direct acknowledgement that something went drastically wrong on the 18th. And I want to advise respectfully that the taxpayers are now being exposed to liability and serious money, not just for damages, but I think for exemplary and vindicatory damages. And here is why, Mr. Speaker. Even now, as the Honorable Attorney General backs for the Honorable Member of Tunapuna, whose name appears on all the orders, I am of the respectful view that these provisions here do not go far enough to cure the mischief. Here's why, Mr. Speaker. If you understand and you agree that the Commissioner of Prisons acted under a lawful order of the Honorable Minister of Homeland Security, and you say, I'm coming now to retroactively cure the defect, you are attempting to cure the effect of substantial legislation, primary legislation, that houses enshrined constitutional rights. But you're trying to do that by subsidiary legislation, which is the order. Isn't really the cure a validation act? To validate the acts committed by the Commissioner of Prison from July 18th to now. Because what you are affecting, Mr. Speaker, are sections 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 of the Prisons Act. Isn't it a salutary principle of law that you ought not to try to use subsidiary legislation, which is the order, which was said you do not even need necessarily to come, all in this affirmative affirmation, as opposed to a validation order that may clothe the persons acting with the garb of legality. Has that been considered by the bright minds on the other side? I don't know. But that is something, so I am of the respectful view, Mr. Speaker, that even this order being made today is insufficient to cure that mischief that the Honorable Attorney General is attempting to cure now. This debate is not an abstract debate. It is not a hypothetical situation, Mr. Speaker. It is real, and there are real issues of negligence on the part of the draftsman, and I think to some extent, and I say this neutrally because we all make errors, but some sort of incompetence on the part of the draftsman. And really, it should have been the Honorable Member for Tunapuna who should stand up here and explain to this Parliament and the country how this piece of legislation or how this order came into effect. You have experienced defense attorney of many years who must know about prison matters in the lineup. You have experienced civil attorney who is now reading up on the law of more than 30 years call. You have young budding attorney on the other side, and no one saw it fit to just to look and see if really a district prison is applicable in this instance, or should it really be a prison? But it didn't stop there, you know. Mr. Speaker, there is a massive issue of trying to cloak retroactivity to cure this gross misstep on the part of the government of Trinidad and Tobago at this time. And I would want to say now that when the substantive constitutional rights are affected, we have to be extra careful. And we have to consider whether a mere retroactive declaration of a detention center as a prison will suffice. My next point, Mr. Speaker, goes to what I consider the hallmark of this exercise that we're about, because these orders form part of the tapestry of a state of emergency. And as you are well aware, Mr. Speaker, in a state of emergency, constitutional rights are temporarily suspended, some of them, and it allows a government to assume extraordinary powers and also to dilute the rights of the citizen and also to cede some of those rights to the army. So, for example, the army is now empowered to do the work of the police. We hope that they will do it in tandem with the police officers. These are things that are allowed because in a state of emergency, we are trying to preserve public order. And that is why we supported the extension just 5 minutes ago, because we stand for what is right and we want to support the government in order to stem any threat to the democracy of Trinidad and Tobago. But the hallmark must be public trust and confidence. And I do not think that the history of these orders, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, engenders public trust and confidence. And I'd want to expand on this argument by saying public confidence is not being earned when you look at these orders. Based on what has transpired with these orders, the most troubling aspect of these orders is how they were crafted and what they entail. Mr. Speaker, can I take you respectfully to the first order, the first legal notice 243 of 2025. And on that day, the 18th of July, the government issued legal notice number 243, which appointed Tetron Barracks and Staubles Bay as the district prisons. It couldn't be. So, it just couldn't be a district prison. Days later, realizing a fundamental error, they revoked that notice and amended the detention of persons directions, now defining them as detention centers, yes, to include Tetron Barracks or Staubles Bay, Carrera Convict Prison, Women's Prison Golden Grove, Eastern Correctional Rehabilitation Center, and Remand Prison Golden Grove. Now let's be clear. According to Section 3 of the Prisons Act, the prisons of Trinidad and Tobago shall consist of the Port of Spain Prison, the Golden Grove Prison, the maximum security prison at Golden Grove, Carreras Island, and any other convict depot appointed by order by the minister under Section 4. District prisons declared by order to be such by the minister under Section 5, or labor yards and places appointed by order under Section 6. Section 5 of the Prison Act states, the minister may by order declare any police station or part or a suitable place for a district prison, and I went through that already. Mr. Speaker, based on the written law, a district prison is not the correct term in the first place as it relates to a state of emergency. There's simply no applicability to a district prison to persons who are charged with serious crime. The statute is very clear. District prisons are intended for short-term sentences, 1 month or less, on people who have been summarily convicted. Under a state of emergency, who has the interests of the authorities who have committed an act that will attract a penalty of 1 month or less? This was bad legislative work from the outset. And I want to note in the first instance, the draftsman did not even refer to the two areas, Torbles and Tetron, as detention centers when the state of emergency was declared on the 18th of July. Who was advising them? Mr. Speaker, look at the first declaration. All it says is district prisons, no mention of Storbles or Tetron being detention centers. This has exposed the state to serious liability and put an extra strain on the Honorable Attorney General. He should go to war with you, and you. For not giving him proper advice and bringing him to the Parliament to have to correct this. War. All legally trained. And no one can say, well, at least if you call it a district prison, call it a detention center, so we have a little leeway, because I can tell you the challenges will come. And the challenges will come in a way that we have gone through this already. The principle that has been offended by this, Mr. Speaker, is contained in the case B versus Her Worship Magistrate Caesar Ayers and the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, you see who is the defendant? It was the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago. And if you recall, and Mr. Speaker, I know you recall, this case centers on the unlawful detention of a minor and the protection of the children's constitutional and human rights in Trinidad and Tobago. And in this matter, a minor, I think age 14, was charged with murder and was remanded to the Youth Training Center. It was a facility intended for convicted young offenders aged between 16 and 18. However, when B was convicted, B was below the codifying age of 16 and 18. And the Children's Act, which was proclaimed in May 2015, mandates that minors not released on bail must be remanded to community residences, not a penal institution like YTC. But at the time, when the legislation was passed in 2015 by the then government, now the government again, in 2025, they did not have these community residents. So when the young person was sent to YTC, it was challenged, and the irony of all ironies, by the said Attorney General in 2015, who was the Attorney General then in private practice. He challenged it and said, look, you don't have community residences. His own legislation was challenged in court. And the court awarded damages to the minor and said you must send them to where the legislation says they must go. So that is the mischief that is being created and that has been created by the botching of not getting the orders correct. No public confidence can be placed in this government if you look at this. But it doesn't stop there. There's a confidence that has been eroded in the very bowels of the Ministry of Defense and Homeland Security by the mendacious statements made by a sitting minister whose size matters. He thinks 65 inches big for a TV. People go on to 80 and 90 inch. But what happened, Mr. Speaker, was this. The Minister of Defense alleged that there was a 65-inch television found inside a high-risk prisoner cell at Building 13 maximum security. But the president of the Police Officers Association, Jared Gordon, pushed back and stated that he explained that televisions are standard across all prison facilities, MSP, Remand, Golden Grove, and even the Eastern Correctional Rehabilitation Center. And he clarified that these devices are placed in airing halls and communal areas and not in cells, and that the installation requires the express approval of the Commissioner of Prisons. Enter the Commissioner of Prisons. Enter the Commissioner of Prisons, Mr. Speaker, who then said that he didn't want to comment, but he stated the television was never directly in any inmate's cell. How can we have confidence in the utterances, all gratuitous?
Mr. Speaker, if my good friend would allow me to do the procedural motion at this time, minutes before it's due. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 15.5, I beg to move the House continue to sit until it completes the business before it.
Honourable members, the question is that the House continue to sit until the completion of the business before it. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
I am very grateful to the Leader of the House for that timely, that timious intervention. It means, Mr. Speaker, for a Commissioner of Prison to come out and say that against a person who is essentially his boss is a very telling tale, pun intended. And it just does not inspire public confidence. Yes, it made front page of the papers the next morning. But how could the public have the confidence in this government to say when they tell us things about the prisons in Trinidad and Tobago, that it's true? This was not a minor disagreement, Mr. Speaker. It was directly and is directly linked to the orders that we are debating today, which is converting or deeming certain facilities, prisons, and or detention centers. And I would like to address one issue of argument from the Honorable Attorney General in the curing or the attempt to cure the mischief. It's a hard task. Mr. Speaker, may I respectfully take you to the legal notice number 244, and which deals with the Emergency Powers Regulation, legal notice number 241, the directions. In that legal notice, Mr. Speaker, it amends paragraph 2 of the initial directions, and it's amended by deleting the definitions of detention center and substituting the following definitions. Detention center means Tetron Barracks, Staubles Bay, as the minister may approve, the Carrera Convict Prison, the Women Convict Prison, Golden Grove, the Eastern Correctional Rehabilitation Center, and the Remand Prison, Golden Grove. It means then that even with the amendment and even what we're about here today, they are calling the detention centers according to the legal notice, not prisons, but detention centers. So the prisons now bear the nomenclature of detention centers, but they remain prison for the purposes of the normal prisoners under the Definition Act. I am not sure that that cures the lacuna, but it is what it is. We have it here, and respectfully, Mr. Speaker, I have no amendments because I haven't done anything in writing. I would let the government do what the government does. But I want to repeat the point. Even now with the amendment, they are not referring to Staubles Bay or Tetron Barracks as prisons. They're referring to them as detention centers. I put a flag there. I know that they would look at it, but I will mind my business on this side, and I will let the government govern. Thank you, Madam Prime Minister. It's okay. That's for your Minister that's your Minister of Defense, not me. Finally, on the issue of the order we are debating, it may very well have no effect if they stand alone, you know, Mr. Speaker, because it is all well and good to remove the prisoners hell-bent on destruction and isolate them take them away from Building 13, take them down to Staubles and Tetron. But what about the interception of the communication that will really create the mischief? We have heard nothing about that. May I suggest why we have heard nothing about that, Mr. Speaker? The orders make these facilities now the places where you house these people, but they can't do anything on their own from the inside. They must communicate with their cohorts on the outside to create their mischief. Will they be allowed to communicate freely with their cohorts without being intercepted, without being charged? The order will have no efficacy if that is the case, because it must work with tandem with something.
Time is up, unless you want your 15.
I would require 8 from my 15.
Thank
please. 8 from my 15. I will be disciplined. I will be disciplined. It will require, it will require the Interception of Communication Act 2020, an act introduced by the PNM government in 2020, not supported the amendment, and not supported the amendment, not supported by the then opposition. And the amendment, the purpose of the 2020 bill, was to amend the Interception of Communication Act, Chapter 1508, to allow for the interception of communication, hear this, Mr. Speaker, from prisons and vehicles used to transport prisoners, and communication to be recorded in a prison or vehicle used to transport prisoners. Now that we have this problem, now, and let me repeat the purpose of the amendment, and I'm sorry, it is an amendment, it was not the parent bill, it was an amendment. It was to allow for the interception of communication from prisons. What happened on the 29th day of May 2020 when that proposed amendment was debated in this Parliament? The records of Hansard says to me that the then member of opposition, the honorable member for Oropouche East, had this to say. He said the bill was completely unfair and unjust, and that the PNM government are coming today to use prisoners as a cover. when it was voted upon, 19 members of the government voted for, and the 12 opposition members in the parliament on that day voted against it. It will be that piece of legislation and that amendment that we try to implement, which will be critical to give some teeth to the moving of those prisoners and to the bill that is now before this parliament today, Mr. Speaker. But they did not support it in 2020. What is the position now? The very act that was rejected becomes the cornerstone today. What it means, Honourable Member for Siparia, if you are to be honest, is that the PNM always acted in the best interests of this country and the people. And this country is now seeing that in the best interests of all citizens is always the mantra of the People's National Movement, and we don't just say it in words, we say it in action. The CPEP workers are realizing that now. The URP workers are seeing that now. They are seeing that they are collateral damage and being
out. Order spins out. I think you realize you started to color outside the lines. So, no. Sorry? You have, and I think you've been stumped. So move on.
What we are saying is this. What we are saying is this, Mr. Speaker, that the bill as presented needs to partner with PNM legislation for it to be efficacious. And the whole country is seeing it now, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, we are here to lend support if there's a crisis. We have shown that by our very mature and sober actions in this parliament today, and we would lend our support, having pointed out the red flags that have been raised today in this parliament. Mr. Speaker, I said that I will take 8 minutes. I have taken 5, and I respectfully take my seat.
Honourable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure exactly where I should begin. So always begin with a soft and kind word. That is what my late mother told me. So I would like to thank the member for giving way to allow me to correct him with respect to the conviction point. Because you see, Mr. Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Port of Spain South has been my junior for a number of years.
What? I'm serious.
And I have tried to mentor him, and I have tried to work with him, and I have tried never to embarrass him. Never to embarrass him. And I am not going to do that this evening. But what I will do is to tell him what ought to have happened had he allowed me to interrupt him a second time. Because, you see, Mr. Speaker, the first time that I interrupted him to say, listen, these persons have not been convicted. He said exactly what he's saying under his breath. He said, this is worse. Now, I tried to get up to say, well, actually it's not worse. But he wouldn't let me say that. So let me explain to him why it is not worse and why he has not used his time here profitably this afternoon. Because everything that followed that intervention, attempted intervention on my part, including his injunction to me not to go to war on, I think that was the implied bit, not to go to war on certain persons, but to go to war on my present colleagues. Right? Everything that followed was misconceived.
Oh.
Now,
45 minutes.
Colleagues, I will just be a few minutes. Right? I'll just be a few minutes. So I've already said to him that he should read the section, and I'll read it for him. It's section 5.2 of the Prisons Act. And it does say, any person sentenced on summary conviction to imprisonment, and he says, he's still talking,
Ignorance is bliss.
He says, yes.
His ignorance is bliss.
Any person sentenced on summary conviction to imprisonment, and then skip a line or two, and then it says, may be imprisoned at the nearest district prison. So what does that section speak to? It speaks to persons sentenced on summary conviction to imprisonment. The persons who were moved, I said, he allowed me to say, have not been sentenced. Okay, I said that. Now, he then went on to say, well, that is worse, and this is what happens when that is worse, and this is why I should go to war with all of the lawyers here and not those fellas there, and so on and so forth. But what he didn't do, and what I often tell my students at the university to do, is to turn the page. Because, you see, in a statute, Section 5 is usually followed by Section 6 and Section 7. And Section 7 usually sometimes carries you back to Section 3 or Section 2. So, with your permission, that's what I intend to do this evening. So,
absolutely. Teacher, pay attention this time for
so section 7, that's 2 sections down from 5, says the Commissioner of Prisons may transfer prisoners. Prisoners is the word that the section uses there. From any prison to any other prison as in his discretion may be necessary. Straight enough. Then it goes on to say the definition of prison in section 2 of the Act, because the section uses the word prison. So we want to know, what does a prison mean? So we have to go back to section 2. Turn back. Okay? And what does section 2 say about prison? Section 2 says, prison includes any place mentioned in section 3. That's 1 down from 2. Or declared or appointed under this act. Now, section 3 provides that the prisons of Trinidad and Tobago, and this is it, the clincher, shall, it's not me, I tell my students there's a difference. So the prisons of Trinidad and Tobago shall consist of the Golden Grove prison, the maximum security prison at Golden Grove, and then those will be B and C. It skips a bit and then it goes to E. It says, district prisons declared by order to be such by the minister under section 5. So you see, no, colleagues, it's hurting me to stand here and have my brothers and sisters laugh at my friend on the other side, who I tried to save from himself. But he refused to be saved, so now I have to see what the law is. Now, I went on to say, and he was so excited to get what he had inside out that he wasn't listening to me. Because when I was piloting the order, what did I say? I said, that's the law. We could leave this as this and go home. But that argument, which has been made by folks, misguided argument, and trampled on in the courts, I kind of whispered that to him as well. I said, that argument is an argument. So you know why I'm here? I'm here to do all of this under Section 4 of the Act. Why? Because Section 4 of the Act just does not use the word district prisons. It just says prisons. And we're talking about prisons precisely because these are not persons who have been convicted, but also that comment that my friend made about it's even worse, it actually isn't. Just hold on a second. I'm coming. Let's drink some water and relax and hold on a second. Right? Hold on a second. So, I said, it's actually not worse because these people, not only are they not convicts sentenced on summary conviction, they aren't even detained under the state of emergency. They were on remand. That's all I wanted to say to my friend. And the Prisons Act says that if you're on the remand, you're in the control of the Commissioner of Prisons. And why the last question that here ended the lesson for tonight. There was a question 2 seconds ago from him, why a man? And he you know what? He just compounded it by saying yes. Why a man? Yes, why a man? And he just compounded it again.
There's no hope on that side. There's no hope on that side.
Okay, so I don't want him to repeat why a man a fifth time. Okay, so for all those 4 times, the answer is ex abundante cautela. Out of an abundance of caution, I have come out. Just I dance. I'm not bright. I read dance. I don't see. The court decided already. Please let us. Could we all be smiling and happy with each other instead of being upset? I'm talking to my friend on the other side now, because there's no need for us to get heart attacks or whatever. The fact is, I said it when I was piloting the bill, and that's the other thing. It's not even a bill. He says it's a bill. No. It's an order.
Is your interjection based on you never said it was a bill? Yes. You did. Overruled. You did. Port of Spain South, you referred to it as a bill. Let's just move on. A simple... Port of Spain South. Port of Spain South. Perhaps you are belaboring under misapprehension as to the nature of this exchange. I'm not inviting a discussion. I've ruled. Overruled. Have a seat. Have a seat.
No. You see, the thing about it is that my colleagues think, my colleague, the thing about it is that is not what I intended to happen. I was having a conversation with my friend, trying to point out to him from the start that he was wrong, and that perhaps had he allowed me to interject that one last time, I would have saved him some grief. But this is a man that I like a great deal.
Really?
I do. I like him a great deal. And I did not intend for this to end in that way. In any event, the point, we are correct on this side, as we usually are. I will not be going to war with the member for Sama Barataria, the member for Tunapuna, the member for St. Joseph, the member for Toku. Because we were, second? Tabakit. And certainly not with the member for Superior of And, I've often asked myself, did I speak out of turn when I said I was going to war with anybody? It affected some people.
It rippled a few.
Just to be clear, I declared war on corruption.
That's what it was.
I declared war on misconduct in public office. And I declared war, I pointed them out, on all of them who I knew to have been involved in that type of activity. And all of them who I knew to have been involved in that type of activity.
Mr. Speaker,
I did not.
on 48.1, the Honorable Attorney General is imputing improper motives against members of the meeting.
Well, for the
48.6, please, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. I think the Honorable Attorney General was speaking figuratively. Continue, Honorable Attorney General.
I'll just be one more minute, friends. I know that you all are suffering. And just to remind you, I left you fellas alone. I am sorry for you. I'm sorry for you. I will declare war on you. I will give you comfort and solace. And I will not declare war on certain other persons who, on the front bench, I know were not involved in that type of behavior. Sorry. everybody else who has been involved, everybody else who has been involved in the abuse of public office for the last 10 years, I will make it my business to deal with it. Mr. Speaker, with those words, I beg to move.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that the Prisons Number 2 Order 2025 be approved. All in favor say aye. Aye. Division being called for, again for reasons which I have no discretionary power to refuse. Invite the clerk.
Mr. Padarath?
Yes.
Mrs. Kamla Prasad Bisasa?
Yes.
Mr. Tanku?
Yes.
Ms. John?
Yes.
Dr. Munilal?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Hussain?
Yes.
Ms. Amin?
Ms. Amin?
Yes. Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Mr. Maraj?
Yes.
Ms. Mohit?
Yes.
Mr. Sturge?
Yes.
Dr. Bodo?
Yes.
Mr. Dowlat?
Yes.
Dr. Ali?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Ms. Benjamin?
Yes.
Mr. Sobers?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Dr. Sicharan?
Yes.
Mr. Kesa?
Yes.
Mr. Elder?
Yes.
Mrs. Sam?
Yes.
Mr. Narayan Singh?
Yes.
Dr. Rup Narayan?
Yes.
Dr. Gosain?
Yes.
Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Abstain.
Mrs. Beckles Robinson? Yes, abstain. Yes, I'm abstaining, yes. Dr. Gatsby Dolly? Mr. Young?
Abstain.
Mr. Scotland?
To do my duty, yes.
Mr. Dinobrega?
Yes.
Mr. Manning?
Abstain.
Mr. Marcel?
Abstain.
Mr. Devines?
Abstain.
Mr. Birchwood?
Abstain.
Mr. Romaine?
Abstain.
Mr. Speaker, with the results of the division is as follows. 28 members voted in favor. There were 0 abstentions. There were no persons voted against, and there were 11 abstentions.
The results of the division are 28 in favor, 0 against, and 11 abstentions. The order has been passed affirmatively in the House. Leader of the House, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
Honourable members, before putting the question on the motion for the adjournment, I kindly crave your indulgence to note that on Friday, August 1st, 2025, we celebrate Emancipation Day. I will now invite members to bring greetings on the occasion of Emancipation Day. Member for Muruga Tableland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you rightfully said, Friday we celebrate Emancipation Day. And as we approach Emancipation 2025, I rise today with a full heart humbled and honored to offer greetings in this house to the people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. The 1st of August remains one of the most profound and defining moments in our national and regional history. It stands as a powerful reminder of our collective story, a story we take pride in telling. A day on which we honor the strength, the sacrifice, and the indomitable spirit of our African ancestors, those who endured the unimaginable, the unthinkable, and yet never surrendered their identity, their pride, or their hope. While emancipation marks the end of slavery, it reminds us that freedom is something we have had to fight for and still work every day to protect and expand. When Trinidad and Tobago became the first independent nation in the world to declare Emancipation Day a national holiday, we made it clear we will not forget. We will honor the legacy and we will celebrate the culture that rose from the ashes of oppression, a culture that gave us our national musical instrument, the steel pan, the rhythm of resistance, and the deep soul of our communities. As Marjorie Padmore, educator, patriot, and one of the early voices in our nation's cultural awakening, once wrote, to keep the flag of freedom high, that we may sing most lustily. We take pride that we sing too. We take pride in our liberty. We take pride in our liberty. Those words remind us that liberty must be honored through action, that we must fight for our freedom. To maintain free at last, free at last. Our ancestors, yes, thank God Almighty, we are free at last. Our ancestors lived that truth. They demanded freedom through rebellion, through the simple act of surviving. And today, we walk on that path declared for us. Mr. Speaker, as the minister with the responsibility for our national days and festivals, I want to say how proud I am of the many groups, communities, and individuals and this administration who continue to hold this legacy close, who continue to maintain its traditions and promote freedom. Free at last. I am equally proud to be part of a people who, despite our diverse backgrounds, share a deep respect for each other and a commitment to recognize all. And that is the commitment of this administration. This is therefore a call to continue living in harmony, appreciating the freedom we enjoy together. This year, as we reflect, I encourage all of us in every community, in every home, to take a moment. Remember the names you know. Honor the names you don't know. Our ancestors, our heroes. Speak the truth of our history and let that truth guide how we treat each other, how we raise our children, and how we shape this country. Our ancestors gave us resilience, brilliance, and beauty. The very least we can do is live in a way that honors that gift, that blessing. Freedom is a blessing. With this said, I extend warm Emancipation Day greetings on behalf of this administration to every citizen of this beautiful Twin Island Republic. Let us celebrate with pride. Let us reflect with purpose. And let us keep building a future worthy of those that went before us. May God bless us all. And let us remember that this administration is led by one of the greatest freedom fighters of this country, Kamla Prasad Visesa, one that fought on our shores and even regional for freedom. Free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, we are free at last.
Member for Aruka Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am grateful for the opportunity to bring greetings on behalf of the opposition, People's National Movement, to the national community, the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, on this very historical and momentous occasion as we commemorate the 187th anniversary of Emancipation Day. Today, Mr. Speaker, it is with profound respect and contemplation that we honor the momentous liberation of enslaved Africans in the British West Indies. This pivotal event forever transformed our history and indelibly shaped the spirit and the soul of our nation. As we reflect the courage and the resilience of those who fought for freedom, we recognize the enduring legacy that continues to inspire and guide us toward a more just and equitable future. We bow in honor of those who survived that horrific Middle Passage and those who could not. Their bodies lay beneath the waters. On August 1st, 1834, the chains of slavery were legally broken. Though full freedom came only in 1838, August the 1st marked the beginning of a journey from bondage to liberation, an engagement paved by the courage, resistance, and true unwavering spirit of our African ancestors. Today, Mr. Speaker, we are reminded of the incontrovertible and accurate claim of our founding father, the late Dr. Eric Williams, our first Prime Minister, who told us that slavery was an economic institution of the first importance that was eventually abandoned for the same economic reasons as opposed to primarily humanitarian considerations. Mr. Speaker, the struggle for emancipation was not merely a fight for freedom. It was a fight for dignity. It was a fight for justice. It was a fight for identity. It was a fight for humanity. Our ancestors endured unimaginable suffering, yet they never surrendered their will to be free. African Emancipation Day must thus be a sacred reminder for us all of the ancestors' triumph and a grand celebration of the spiritual, cultural, and intellectual legacy they bequeath us, a legacy that lives on in our music, our faiths, our languages, and our values. Mr. Speaker, this is what we commemorate annually at the Lydia Yasu Umwale Emancipation Village, and indeed other parts of Trinidad and Tobago where similar functions are held. The consciously Afrocentric Trinbagonian remains resolute and profound and proud of that ancestry, and proud of the inheritance, the price of which cannot be counted in dollars and cents, to be funded or neglected according to the fancy of the government of the day. This is why we commend the tireless efforts and meaningful contribution of the Emancipation Support Committee, founded in 1992, and the inspiring leadership of Kafra Kambon in their bid to strengthen the emancipation celebrations in the nation. Emancipation is not a costume parade. It is an acceptance of who we are and a willingness to support each other through generational trauma caused by barbaric and inhumane past. It is not a costume parade. It is deep, buried deep in our hearts and our flesh. Mr. Speaker, we also honor the Orisha and the spiritual Baptist traditions, the rhythms of the drums, the wisdom of our elders, and the resilience of the communities that have preserved this thread of our country's heritage, tapestry against all odds. We do so, Mr. Speaker, cognizant of the fact that the proclamation of emancipation did not bring an end to the struggle, as the legacy of slavery still echoes in the inequalities and injustices faced by so many of our citizens today. We in the PNM are clear in our minds that we must continue the work of emancipation, not just in law, but in our lived reality. In this regard, we have continuously sought to deliver regarding the trust to ensure that education is free to all our citizens, from nursery to tertiary, to provide opportunities for the creation of sustainable livelihoods and intergenerational wealth for young people through the conceptualization and execution of a multiplicity of programs, and to provide subsidized housing solutions to families across the length and breadth of this blessed republic. Perhaps this is also a timely opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to remind the national community that it was the PNM who created the Trinidad and Tobago Finance Company Limited, the National Enterprises Limited, and the National Investment Fund, all designed to ensure economic liberation for the entire citizenry of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, I humbly submit that we as a parliament must recommit to building a society where justice is not a privilege for a few, but a right for all, where opportunity is not the exception, but the norm, and where every citizen, regardless of race, creed, or political persuasion, can walk this land with pride and purpose. As we mark this 187th anniversary, Mr. Speaker, I encourage all of Trinidad and Tobago to let us draw strength from the indomitable spirit of our ancestors. Let us honor their memory, not only with words, but with action. Let us shape a future that is just, inclusive, and truly free. On behalf of the Leader of the Opposition and Member of Parliament for Arima and all members on this side, I wish all citizens a joyous, meaningful, and inspirational African Emancipation Day. May the ancestors guide us, may unity sustain us, and may the flame of emancipation forever burn bright in the hearts of our blessed republic. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I too should like to share a few words on this joyous and momentous occasion of Emancipation Day 2025. Emancipation in Trinidad and Tobago is inextricably linked to the struggle for African identity and artistic norms and cultural mores against a backdrop of oppressive and restrictive colonial suppression and gross oppression at times. Whilst the formal act of freedom, in a sense, came with the British Slavery Abolition Act of 1833 and full emancipation in 1838 with the end of the period of apprenticeship. In a sense, the real struggle for freedom had just begun. In the words of Christopher Tambo Herbert, the journey had just begun. For the struggle for freedom extended far beyond this mere legislative act, and it then became a constant struggle for cultural survival and identity and self-determination. The colonial authorities, driven by fear and a desire, an absolute desire for control, even though formally passing the Abolition Act, swiftly moved to outlaw numerous peculiar expressions of African cultural and social norms. Laws against stick fighting and canbully in the 1880s, culminating in the Peace Preservation Act of 1884, were nothing but a naked, direct assault on these vibrant traditions. These acts, often accompanied by drumming and dancing, were deemed disorderly and suppressed, leading to the pivotal Canbully riots of 1881 and 1884, where the formerly enslaved fiercely defended their right to cultural and social expression. Spiritual practices of African descendants faced severe persecution as well. The Shouters Prohibition Ordinance of 1917 explicitly banned the spiritual Baptist faith, making it illegal to gather for worship and leading to numerous arrests. This demonstrated a deep-seated colonial intolerance for African-derived religious practices, which were seen by the Christocentric society then, colonial overlords then, as superstitious and a threat to the established order. Then came the Sedition Act, which was enacted in Trinidad on April 9, 1920. This was a powerful legislative tool used by the colonial government to suppress dissent and maintain control. So much so that it had a profound impact on the development and expression of calypso. Figures like Attila the Hun, the Roaring Lion, King Radio, Lord Kitchener, only to name a few, were some who were directly affected by the Sedition Act. However, like all colonial attempts to oppress and suppress, these actions paradoxically fueled the ingenuity and resilience of the African population. The bans on traditional drums, for instance, spurred the innovation that led to the creation of the steel pan, Trinidad and Tobago's national instrument, which in itself stands as a testament to the ability to transform suppression into a unique artistic and cultural heritage. Similarly, despite legal prohibitions, stick fighting and canbully continued underground, eventually re-emerging to form integral parts of the annual carnival celebrations. The eventual repeal of the Shouter Baptist Prohibition Ordinance in 1951 and the declaration of Spiritual Shouter Baptist Liberation Day as a national holiday in 1996 further underscored the triumph of cultural identity and expression over legislative repression. On August 1, 1985, the government of Trinidad and Tobago declared Emancipation Day a national holiday to commemorate the abolition of slavery. Not only was this a defining act in our Twin Island Republic, but Trinidad became the first independent country to declare a national holiday on the matter of remembrance of slavery. Emancipation, therefore, was not merely a legal decree, but a long arduous journey marked by continuous by a continuous striving for the retention of cultural identity in the face of restrictive laws. These struggles profoundly shaped Trinidad and Tobago's identity, resulting in a unique cultural experience where suppressed traditions blossomed into celebrated national expressions, serving as a powerful reminder of the enduring spirit and contributions of our African forebearers. Members, I am sure you will agree that Emancipation Day must also stand as a beacon of hope, of proactive and righteous struggle, and an overabundance of ambition. As I end my contribution and my tribute, I invoke the words of Ms. Ella Andel, and I ask all members here on Emancipation Day to bring down the power of love and let our hearts overflow towards our fellow men in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you very much. Honorable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. This House now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.